Order. As usual, we begin with a word of prayer. I ask Mr. Eden, member for Savannah, to lead us in prayer.
Let's bow our heads. All-powerful, most wonderful Heavenly Father, we now come into your holy presence through your Son, Jesus. We give you thanks for the many, countless blessings you've bestowed on these islands and we as individuals. We ask that you continue to be with this finance committee as we delve into the intricacies of, specifically at this time, our health services. We thank you for those that deal with this heading, and we ask that you bless the minister. Bless those that administer the funds of these islands to the benefit of our people. Bless our families, keep them healthy, keep them safe. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. I have one announcement to make. I've been asked by our Sergeant at Arms, Mr. Kim Evans, to relay the following information to members. The funeral service for his late father, John Evans Sr., will be held this Sunday, 1st of December, at the Red Bay Church of God Holiness. Viewing of the body is scheduled from 2 to 2:45 p.m., and the funeral service itself will begin at 3 p.m. with interment following at the Prospect Cemetery. So funeral for his father at 3 p.m. on Sunday at the Red Bay Church of God Holiness. Also, just to indicate to members that we will conclude proceedings this afternoon somewhere between 5 and 6, depending on where we get to. But that's my goal. We will not go beyond 6 o'clock. And if we can end a little earlier, we'll do so. So just to give you that indication, where we left off last night. Just got to find my page. Yeah. We continue with the appropriations to the Minister for Health, Environment, Culture and Housing. And we are going to pick up first with HES 9, Environmental Health Monitoring Services, for $571,394 in 2020 and $651,752 in 2021. Are there any questions? Member for Northside?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Under this environmental health monitoring services, there are some specific requirements under the public health law for monitoring stuff like things like autoclaves and stuff in healthcare institutions. Can they, first of all, Mr. Chairman, let me ask the minister, Mr. Sims' title is still Chief Environmental Health Officer? Or Director of? Okay. That's one of the things you need to change in the law. And the position of CMO, as reflected in the public health law, is different from the current role of the CMO in the ministry.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure
Well, the role of the CMO, as reflected in the legislation,
Yes.
is it's the chief medical officer at the HSA, and he works at the HSA because under the legislation, the majority of that CMO role was quality control, medical supervision, administration of the HSA, which I believe has been overtaken by the appointment of a medical director at the HSA. So I just want to confirm that the role of the CMO in the ministry is different from what the traditional role was.
Of the MD.
Mr. Chair, I think where some of the confusion came in is that someone at the HSA was always acting as CMO, and the role of the CMO will remain the same. There will be some changes in the proposed Yeah, there will be some changes in the proposed in the public health law to that actual position.
So, through you, Mr. Chairman, why were these changes put in place before the appointments were made? Anyway, Mr. Chairman,
I mean, just to confirm that the CMO's role was always a ministry role.
no. Chairman, we'll move on to a different question. Because this can come back to haunt. Anyway, under the infectious waste regulations of the public health law, there are certain inspections that should be done by the Environmental Health Department. When was the last time one of your officers went to the HSE to check on the autoclaves?
Richard Sims, Director for Department of Environmental Health. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the member. I don't have any records at the moment to say exactly when was the last one. I do have a team of 3 persons who normally have that in their duties. So I can give a commitment to make sure that one is done next year for sure if it hasn't been done. But I just don't have the record right now to give to you.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, my concern here goes back to the frequency of MRSA and the fact that my clinic can no longer do bandages for changes for children because the assumption has been made that the MRSA originates in the clinics, right? And if one of my school children skins their knee now, they can't go to the nurse at the clinic to get it cleaned up when she put a Band-Aid over it. They got to be brought Georgetown by ambulance. So it is with the given the frequency of MRSA, I would appreciate the Director of Public Health giving an undertaking to this House that he will clearly review the public health infectious waste regulations, in particular Section 12 and Section 13, and make sure that as a matter of priority, those things are done on a regular basis and that proper logs are maintained in the facilities, not only the HSA, but it should also apply to private physicians' offices or private hospitals that are operating autoclaves, etc.
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly have my commitment on that respect, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could return to, because I believe part of his problem in getting this done on a regular basis is staffing. Can you give us a breakdown of your staff and what the pay rates are, particularly of the people at the bottom end? Because I believe that the executive staff would get all of the, including the 5% that is in this budget for this whole service. But that 5%, unless the wages have been increased at the bottom substantially over the last 2-year period, is not going to reflect very well on those people's paycheck, maybe a couple of pennies per hour as a 5%. So what are you currently paying your hourly paid or day working staff?
Mr. Chair, the honourable member is probably on to something here, and wouldn't want to mislead the House, but there's an ongoing study on throughout the whole civil service, and definitely the especially the collections section, is noted as one of the lowest paid in the civil service, and definitely stuck out as one that the Deputy Governor is attempting to adjust. I will allow the Director to go into the staff and compliment.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I won't go, since you don't want the upper lounge, you just want the,
I'm fairly confident that your administrative staff and above would have gotten the 2 or 3 COLA adjustments that this government has given over the past 6 years.
Yeah.
My concern is that the people at the bottom, because that percentage, and I also need to know whether you are paying your people at that level below government's stated minimum wage.
through you, Mr. Chair.
Not the $6 and the $9.95 that is government's lowest rate.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the lower end personnel are on the GBB grade, which is the $9.95 up to $12 or $13 an hour, which is, I can tell you for my staff, is still bare minimum. I know, as you mentioned just now, with the 5% increase that was awarded recently, that is just a matter of cents for them on the dollar. So the 5% is equate to probably about 4 to 5 cents for them. We, like as Minister mentioned, we have been looking at trying to move these personnel from wage workers to the monthly paid. That's still in progress. It still hasn't finalized yet. But that is something that we hope to bring some resolution to shortly.
Mr. Chair, I just want to advise this honorable House and the member from Northside that I looked at this sometime now, once I got there in the ministry, and not satisfied at all with the pay scale, and I must admit it is some of the reasons for some of the low motivation with some of the staff on the lower end in terms of their salary scale. That has been brought up a number of times, and I am in support of anything that we can do to motivate this sector, and have always been. And as we speak now, we're trying to move some things through the ministry, through cabinet for approval, and but it has to go further than that. For us to have motivated and reliable collections throughout this country, we have to ensure that they're paid handsomely.
So, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Minister, my understanding is then that these people that you are trying to recruit to work on a full-time basis on the garbage trucks and other areas are paid less than the $10 an hour that we offer for the part-time work to clean the road? Well, the answer to that is yes, based on the other question is, do they get any kind of hazardous or allowances? Do they get any kind of special health insurance? Yeah. And do these people get any kind of allowances because of the hazardness and the nastiness that they have to work in? Or do they get any kind of special, I know that they're supposed to be wearing gloves and masks and all that, but that's that is an irregular occurrence to see one of these people with proper gloves and hazardous suits and or a mask on. Do they get any kind of allowance added on to that $9 at all?
Richard Sims, Director of Environmental Health. Through you, Mr. Chair, the department does provide the necessary equipment for our staff to operate, from suits to gloves, the necessary stuff. But unfortunately, the pay remains the same. There's no other allowances that are paid other than their salaries.
Yet, and you have made representation to government since your appointment to upgrade these salaries, and you've been there now, what, a year?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct, sir. I've made representation thus far for the staff to receive, some upgrade in their salaries. But as Minister just explained just now, we're still in the process of finalizing that. Just a matter of...
But the thing I can't understand with this ministry is why it takes so long to get anything done. That should be, they should be able to respond to you maximum 30 days. Because either what you're doing, you proper prepared it and it's justified, or it's not. And here we are a year later, and they're allowing, because all they're doing is destroying the confidence in those people in you as their director. Because obviously they have made representation to you, you have agreed that they need representation, but nothing is happening.
Yes, and yeah.
But
Ministers, I mean, the member, Mr. Chair, is correct. The director has made and has come to me in on many occasions with his displeasure in terms of his ability to make a difference as a new director with the stigma that had already been created in the department in trying to motivate the staff and not unfortunately, I mean, the process is that these adjustments have to be approved by Parks. So once it goes to Parks, we have to wait until it's...
But Chairman, the budget before us, the civil servants
Yes.
have been working on for the better part of a year to prepare it. Does this budget contain financial provisions to upgrade the pay of the workers at the garbage truck?
Mr. Chair, what I can confirm that it has an adjustment in there, but I would comfortably say that it's not enough.
But Mr. Chairman, you the minister, sir, right? So just let me understand what's happening here, because as my grandmother used to say, my head is spinning now trying to understand the process here and what has happened. The director makes representation to the ministry that he needs to upgrade the salaries of his staff. A year ago, we have gone through the process for the budget. We have put in the budget a number that does not represent what the director thinks the staff should have. And then, so, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I know I can't move any motions to increase anything, but I wonder if the minister would consider making a commitment to his finance committee that before this finance committee, this budget is reported to the Legislative Assembly for the third reading. We will have two adjustments to this budget. One, adjustment to include the staff that is required to adequately operate the new equipment that's come in for 2 shifts, not just for 1 shift, for 2 shifts. Because, Mr. Chairman, it is impossible for the department to collect all the garbage throughout this country on 1 8-hour day. It's just physically impossible to do it twice a week. This is not 1960s when you only had 3 roads. Every time we open a new subdivision, all of those houses and roads are added on to what they have to do. So I would ask the minister to consider meeting with his colleagues in cabinet, getting whatever permission they need from the governor to increase this budget by the number of staff that we need to operate those 21 trucks that are going to be on the road for 2 shifts, 16 hours a day. And to make sure that included in the budget is the recommendation from the department as to what the salary levels of those people should be. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the minister say that, or clarify that this budget has the salary provisions for all the workers of the Department of Environmental Health?
I think the member before just asked that question. Yeah. I think it's a repetition.
Yes, I committed to that, but I don't know if you want to rephrase it.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry because there's so much dancing around this issue that I have not been able to clarify exactly what is happening. And if you would allow me a little leeway here to see if I get this correct. They're currently on a salary right now that is considered to be inadequate for the role that they play. There's a proposal to increase it, but you can't get no answer, surety or not. But the place that they need to make the approval is here in this budget, but we don't know if it's in the budget or not. It's either it's in the budget or is it not in the budget in respect to increasing their salaries. That's a simple fact. And we can't get a clear yes or no. Are the people at the dump going to get an increase, yes or no? That's the question.
The member wasn't listening, Mr. Chair. I did say that they got a small increase, but it was not sufficient in our view. I did say that. And then I gave the undertaking to meet with my colleagues and look at the necessary adjustments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. Through you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity, that increase, is it separate and apart from the 5% cost of living increase?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Mr. Chair. True, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. So what we're saying is, though the increase has been allocated for in this budget, the department, which is the specialist in respect to the work that they do, still thinks it's inadequate, but it's not in this budget, correct?
To you, Mr. Chair, to the member. What's in the budget are the job evaluations that were done recently. Given the staff members those upgrades in relation to the new job evaluation, that is budgeted for in this financial year.
Thank you. But am I correct to say that where yourself as the director and where the minister believes it should be is not allocated in this budget?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the member. We can only go based on the valuation that is sent back to us. Do I think it's enough? Maybe not. But then once it comes back to me, I will have to resubmit for further consideration.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so what was submitted within the evaluation, is that budgeted in this budget?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, is it fair to say what is in this budget will be the salary scale for these employees for the next 2 years? What I'm trying to get at, Mr. Minister, is if we don't get the money for where we think they should be at now, does this mean that they won't be able to get the money again until the next 2-year budget? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Mr. Chair, doesn't necessarily mean they would have to wait for 2 years. We could bring back a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I'll make a suggestion that your cabinet consider being prepared for that, because by the recognition of the director, yourself, and almost everybody in Cayman agrees that the people who deal with our waste can't be getting paid less than the people who are on the street cleaning it up. So that's a suggestion. That's my last line of question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member for Bodden Town West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Honorable Minister and on to the Director. I noticed on EV 817, it also deals with derelict vehicles. And I noticed those that are tagged for removal, the very last line on the quantity is expected to increase from 233 forecast for the 2019 financial year to between 600 to 800 to both 2020 and 2021. Now, this is one of the issues that I do have within my constituency, in some cases with derelict vehicles, and I couldn't help but wonder if they increase from 233 to roughly 700 per year, if that's driven by a campaign to go out and remove some of these vehicles. So I would just like to get an update in terms of what is the plan or what is driving or the expected driver for this massive increase in removing derelict vehicles or tagging them for being removed. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the member. What is driving the numbers right now, I can tell you, is the campaign that we are on to remove the derelict vehicles from the islands. I can tell you, so far this year, we started a campaign to do just that. And to date, we have removed 301. And that's with the, with the equipment that we have. If we had more readily available units, we can do a lot more. But that is the intention.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chairman, is there someone I can contact or someone that we can reach out to? Because I have a couple of cars well in my area that I want to see gone. And the quicker I can get them out, especially before Christmas, that'd be great.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, you can call the department directly, or you can send me an email, and we'll get it sorted.
All right, I'll come to you. Next question, Mr. Chairman, through you. Will there be any bulk cleanup campaigns at all this year? I haven't seen any notices gone out yet, so I'm just curious. It started? Listen, you know I spend a lot of time in West Bay, Westminster Speaker. You know why too?
Mr. Chair, can the director say if anybody is being penalized for these pickups? Because what I mean by that is, of course, the department is doing an amazing job dealing with this problem. But what I'm concerned about is people feel that it's okay to put this burden and this cost on everybody else through the taxpayers' money. We have to find a system to identify who that car belonged to, whether it by the license plate, and sometimes the license plates are gone, or the VIN number, to find them and say, listen, you are responsible for this cost, for this removal. Because the cost that we take from them when they're imported is for it to be left the country, not for it to be taken to the dump. So we have to start collecting some of this money, because that's why the increase is there. So can you say, have we figured the way out to start penalizing these people for leaving these cars on the side of the road?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the members, I will take the first one, answer the first question first for member from Bordentown, and then I'll answer your question. In relation to the bulk waste cleanup, we have already started, and I'll just, for your information, the listening public, and I'll give the dates. We started in East End on the 16th of November. East End and Northside was done the 16th to the 22nd of November. Bordentown started on the 23rd of November and will conclude on the 6th of December. Georgetown is set for the 7th of December to the 13th. West Bay, the 14th of December to the 20th. Caymanbrac, December 4th to the 13th, and Little Cayman, December 18th.
Thank you.
In regards to the collection of derelict vehicles, there is a $75 fee for collection of each vehicle. Once the persons contact the department, we'll come out and remove it. Now, the situation that you allude to in terms of people leaving their vehicles on the side of the road, pushing it in public space for us to deal with it. We have been dealing with those. And because of the resources, again, if we had enough resources to follow up to make sure that these persons, once we remove, because the law allows us to recoup our fees in that regard. So that is something I'm looking at to ensure that we make, people don't just put the things out and think we're going to just pick it up and forget about the collection of the fees thereafter. So that is something I'll be looking at very closely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just walk me through the tagging process, because I know sometimes the RCIPS also tags vehicles sometime too. So is it just kind of, just for my edification and the public edification also, just walk us through that process, please. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the member. I'll explain to you where the police get involved versus DH. If a vehicle is left in a public space, first, it must be in a public space. And it has signs of being derelict, such as missing windscreen, tires, missing parts. Then we will tag it for removal. The tag is 24 hours for you to move it. If you don't move it within 24 hours, then we'll send our unit for it and take it to the landfill and bail it. Now, the difference is now where the police now, because they can prosecute people for leaving a vehicle abandoned, right, parking unlawful and unsafe manner, all those things. Then they will then can ticket it and then take a vehicle and impound it. If the DEH comes for it, we're taking it to the landfill for destruction. Whereas the police, when they get involved, they take it to the pound and they charge an impound fee. So there's a distinct difference between us. And also, one of the main thing is that the vehicle, before we can take it up, must be expired within 6 months, right? 6 months or more. So even though it is in a public, right? Even though it's in a public space, have all the signs of derelict. If it's still licensed within 6 months or expire within 6 months, then that's a matter for the police. Once it meets the 6 months expires and the signs of derelict, then it becomes a DH issue.
Mr. Chair, if
Okay, I have a question in a different area, so I don't know if you wanted to take the member.
just relating to what he just said. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your patience. Just in respect to what you said about the 6 months element, if a car is in a bad state and has gone and it's expired, say 1 month, but no wheels, broken glass, parts gone and all that, you would have to wait 5 months of it being on the side of the road in order for you to do anything by law?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the member, that is where the police comes involved. You see, that would become the matter for the police to deal with, because it's left abandoned, parked in a lawful or unsafe manner. So it becomes a ticketable issue for them. But once it passes 6 months, this is where DEH comes in. So we can't lawfully take it because it's less than 6 months. But the police can impound it. You see,
Even being in that kind of state that it's in?
It's in a public space.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt, but if I could just draw the director's attention, and I know he doesn't have the law before him, but the roads law says clearly, the following are, for the purposes of this law, encroachment on a road. J, any discarded or abandoned vehicle or portion thereof dumped or parked within sight from any public road is a road encroachment, and the minister responsible for planning, who's responsible for the roads law, should be prosecuting people, and the penalties in the law is $5,000 or imprisonment for 6 months.
To you, Mr. Chair, to remember, yes, thank you for that, sir. We'll certainly know that we have another arm to reach out to in any event. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Member for East End then.
I was going to assist him just like Mr. Miller did. When I was minister and responsible for roads and DH, I sent a letter out to all those parked on government property. Take them off by midnight such and such a date, or they're all going to the dump and be crushed, whether they were for sale or they were for reuse. It's time to take some drastic measures. 12 o'clock that night, we had every tow truck available, and it wasn't one vehicle in public space, because they knew where they were going. That's the government's property. That's the people's property. So you're telling me that someone can come park my yard and I gotta wait 6 months?
Member for Newlands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if the minister could tell us how many seawater samples have been tested for pollution in the past year. Anywhere around the 3 Cayman Islands.
To you, Mr. Chair, to the member. Again, I don't have that figures before me, but I can give some undertaking to get that information to you.
Thank you. But just to confirm then, Mr. Chairman, we have done testing in the past year.
To you, Mr. Chair, I don't want to say that we have, but I'll research it with my lab team and find out if that was done.
All in favor of HES 9, environmental
Mr.
health?
Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Sorry,
you
go
said
ahead,
you were
sir.
coming back to me.
Yeah, I did promise. Sorry.
Right.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Does the department inspect the quality of goods being sold in supermarkets, and is there any prescribed standards for quality of handling products in the supermarket and storage, i.e. like temperatures in containers or temperatures in warehouses and stuff like that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the member. Yes, sir, we do inspection of food containers that comes into the country. At the supermarkets, I have a team of food officers who pride themselves in ensuring that the correct temperatures and all the storage capacities, everything is up to par. So we do have a robust program that we follow.
And that includes the warehouses and the containers that might be outside in the sun? Or you're just talking about the freezers and the coolers inside the supermarket?
No, that includes all containers, sir, inside and out.
Okay, well, I'll show you the number of pictures I've gotten from customers since I mentioned that the last 6 times my wife bought condensed milk at the supermarket, it was, it had caramelized, and the only thing can do that is heat. So that's one of the things they need to check on.
Member from Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, I certainly would wish to express my formal gratitude to the Minister and the Director for, in particular, the removal of derelict vehicles in Prospect and Red Bay over the course of these past 2 years. Sometimes it appears as if persons in the community are deliberately bringing their derelict vehicles to Red Bay and Prospect just so they can be removed. But in each and every instant in which a request has been made, and certainly whereby it meets the criteria, the DEH has been professional and efficient, and certainly on behalf of Prospect and Red Bay, I wish to express my sincere gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Member from East End.
Mr. Chairman, I just trying to find out from the directive, DEH, if he still has officers, what would they call, assigned to each district. What would they call public health officers?
To you, Mr. Chair, to the member, they're called environmental health officers.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Do you still have those?
Yes, sir.
They're assigned to each district?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me what they do?
These officers normally, through you, Mr. Chair, they go out to the districts and ensure that, they look at the general sanitation of the district. Make sure that there are no derelicts, vehicles all over the place, garbage being dumped illegally, prosecute persons who are responsible for those things. They look at accommodations as well. They inspect tourist accommodations, meat inspections, all those different things.
Okay. Quite rounded. Mr. Chairman, I wonder if you can tell this committee and myself, why is it that I have to call DH to clean up illegal dumping then in the district of East End?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the member, I can assure you, sir, it is not a lack of the officers identifying these things. They do see them. They're reporting through the solid waste section who are responsible for collecting the removal. But as we've been plagued with the reliability of equipment, sometimes we are delayed in those areas. But I can assure you, sir, that they are seeing these things, they are reporting on them. Even our collectors themselves, sometimes the regular guys that rides on the back of the truck, they report things back in. But the grab trucks sometimes are just not available at times to deal with them, but we're trying our best. And they're doing their work, so I can assure you. They're doing their work.
Member for East End,
Mr.
I've got the
Chairman.
member behind the member from. You have something to add to it, Minister? The member for Savannah.
Yeah, just on that same line, number of times I've been down through some of the back roads adjoining Belford Estates. I don't know if you guys have been down in there, and I'm sure the minister can probably substantiate what I'm saying. It is disgusting what's happening down there. You need to put a little small police station, it looked like to me. And I can imagine it's probably different at other places, but it's really sad what is happening now behind Belford. And it's a nice subdivision adjoining it.
Mr. Chair.
Got a member from East End, and I come to you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just before, sorry. I've actually drove there and saw it myself, and a lot of people come into our office and report it in Bordentown. And it just seems it's such a, it's not many houses down in that area, and they choose that area like they do on Farm Road in East End, where they just dump things in a specific area. I don't know what we can do other than set up a camera or something on a light pole, but it is a nuisance.
Mr. Chairman, I hear the director. There is garbage piled up, illegal dumping that is, up in Wittersland Road. That's off the Farm Road, by the reservoir. It's been there for years. We across from the blowholes on Mr. Gilbert McLean property there. I am now having to call the gentleman at DH to try and get it out, and I'm trying to get a pole from CUC to put across the road with the permission of Mr. McLean. It is dangerous to this society when people do this. You have fridges, you have that is refrigerators, you have stoves, you have washers, and they're just sitting there with standing water. And they've been sitting there for years. I cleaned it up about 3 years ago. It is back. They just do it. And they do not understand the dangers it is to society. And those who are dumping it there are the same people who make up this society. And with all due respect, you informed us that you're confident they're doing their jobs. Well, I want to be respectful and say there are certain areas that they don't go into. It has to be that, because it cannot just stay there for extended periods of time. If you didn't have a truck over the last 3 years, I could understand, but we have to schedule these things. We have to do the minister's thing. The premier has a farm in East End. He goes there on a regular basis, and he has been complaining left, right, and center, like myself. He and I traverse the High Rock Road quite often. But maybe him more often than I. I may go there 3 times a week. He probably goes there more often. And they just dump on the side of the road. Let's get the cameras. Let's bring the legislation so we can prosecute these people by virtue of electronic means. Let's expand the prison and get a few more looking at striped stars for destroying our environment, but most of all, putting our people at risk of diseases spread in this country. We cannot contain that. This country will not contain it if we get diseases in this country that is contagious. We will not contain it. Something needs to happen, Mr. Chairman. I guess I can ask the director if he could at least recommend, if he hasn't yet, to the ministry to amend the law where we would have to amend the penal code, I guess, as well, and some of the other laws, to electronic means of prosecution, because that's the excuse. You know, if you can't take pictures of it and then get prosecution because pictures can be doctored and whatnot. We need to do something. Something needs to be done.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the member, I couldn't agree with you more, sir. in relation to Farm Road, we've been having problems with that, at least from since I took over DH. And I can guarantee you, so almost every month I send a truck up there to clean. Particularly, we have a sign on Farm Road saying no dumping, and people still dumping there. So I understand the recommendation that you're making. And
Yeah, but Mr. Chairman, the director knows it was I who insisted we put the sign up, and he knows that was mine and his mistake. People can't read.
Member for Bordentown West, then we go down to the member for Northside.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the director. If memory serves me right, there was an incident last year where the NRA trucks were, the landfill was close to them, and I think the sludge that they got from the drainage, they were basically dumping those into the wetlands. And as a result of the facilities being close to them to dump it, I remember it being in the news to some effect. I'm just curious now in terms of, has that issue been resolved now? Is it that NRA is now disposing of it properly at the landfill, or what became of that? Thanks.
through you, Mr. Chair, to the member, I can assure you, sir, that we have met with the NRA and we resolved those issues, so they're now disposing at the landfill properly.
Member for Northside.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Minister. The public health law in section 7(2) says for the purpose of this law, any, C, and it goes all the way down to W, but I'm interested in C. Premises or part thereof so overcrowded, verminous or dirty as to be prejudicial to health or a nuisance. And it says is a statutory nuisance. Do you have a program where you inspect apartments that are overcrowded? We get reports of 6 and 8 people living in one room. Man, they rent a 4 foot by 8 foot by 2 foot space. Do you have any, what are the checks on these kinds of rental arrangements? Because premises in the law includes in a structure part thereof so intended to be used for human habitation.
Through Mr. Chair, to the member. That is something I can tell you, sir. I have been talking with for the last year, because we do see, and we can tell by the amount of garbage being picked up at these locations, can give you a good idea of the amount of persons that lives there. But again, due to lack of resources, we haven't gone to that sort of in-depth inspection. But in this new budget, we're hoping to increase the staff in there by another one. So hopefully we could be able to carry on those in-depth inspections. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted, if you would permit me, I don't do this often, but we're dealing with the broken window syndrome. And I'm sitting here listening to the members and the answers. The reason why I asked about seawater testing is because I know the answer. We're dealing with situations where I talked about earlier about imported poverty and the ills of that. We are getting into a situation where if we do not enforce the standards that we've set for people to live by, we're going to wake up one day in a third world country. We need to ensure that we're putting the resources and the time into making sure we maintain these standards. This is about people's safety and health. It's creeping in. I see it creeping in. People this morning just driving here, Mr. Chairman. I'm driving behind a car that I know is not roadworthy, but it got brand new license plates on it. It's smoking, it's sputtering, it's barely running. How did that car get inspected? Who okayed that car to be on our roads? It probably wasn't the government inspectors, it was one of the private people licensed to do it. We need to clean up our act. and start enforcing the law.
All in favor of HES 9, Environmental Health Monitoring Services, $571,394 in 2020 and $651,752 in 2021. Standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye. Those against, no. Ayes have it. HES 10, Emergency Response Services, $150,582 in 2020, $153,335 in 2021. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Member for Northside.
the only question I would have is, we did, according to quantities, we did one of each in 2019, and we're expecting to do 3 in each of the quantities in 2020 and 2021 for $5,000 more. It seems that, but as we have discovered, the numbers don't have any relationship to the figure. So I guess it's one of those cases where the numbers don't, the fee is just arbitrarily increased and there's no relation to the work to be done.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the member, that is simply because of the increase in shipping costs. The hazardous materials. Yes, sir. That's correct.
All in favor of HES 10, Emergency Response Services, $150,582 in 2020 and $153,335 in 2021. Standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye. All against, no. Ayes have it. I need to take a 2-minute break. Could I ask all members to remain in their seats, please? Thank you all. Proceedings are now resumed. We turn our attention now to HES 11, Mosquito Control Services, $9,222,265 in 2020 and $9,988,598 in 2021. Are there any questions? Member for Northside.
To you, Mr. Chairman, and I have to preface this with a short sentence. Mosquitoes are thicker in Northside for the last 2 months than they were in the 60s when I used to have to walk to school with a smoke pan. Why has there been a reduction in the spraying and the truck appearing in the Northside constituency?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Alan Wheeler, Assistant Director at MRCU. Through you, Mr. Chairman. For the last few months, we have been dealing, I would say the majority of our resources have been directed towards the...
Maybe you could speak into the mic.
Sorry. Okay. For the last few months, the majority of our control efforts have been focused against the Aedes aegypti mosquito. We have been responding to the swamp mosquito, the black salt marsh mosquito. Island-wide, when there is an emergence, we will have the plane or the foggers going up there. We have had a change in strategy this year where the larvicide pre-hatch that we've done in previous years, we've tried to move more to single-shot treatments this year. So it's something that next year I believe we're reconsidering going back to the pre-hatch treatment, as it has been very effective in the past.
Can we get a commitment that you're going back, sir? Because I mean, it's so bad 12 o'clock in the day. I'm trying to cut my lawn and these mosquitoes can chase me down on a lawnmower and run me out the yard. I've had to buy my own fogger, sir, for 12 o'clock in the day in 15, 20 mile an hour wind.
Mr. Chair, through you, Chair.
That wasn't the man up there of cream at Karamaz, no win.
Minister?
Yes, I too am very concerned and would love to see them and make a commitment, and we'll give instruction to go back to what seemed to have been working.
Mr. Chairman, remember my original question on this before was there was any change in policy and strategy. Now we're being told that there was. But there was some, how we switch larvicides and insecticides.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, this year, well, previous years, we have used a number of chemicals as larvicides. We used to use a product called Abate, which was very, very effective. Unfortunately, it was taken off the market. It lost its EPA label a number of years ago. Since then, we've used a new natural product called Spinosad, which is sold under the formulation name Naturalar G30, which provides 30 days residual control. We did not apply that as a pre-hatch this year or the previous year. So this year we are using another natural product, which is a very good and safe product called Bacillus thuringiensis. It's a bacteria. It's very specific to mosquitoes. It's a very good product. The only downside of it is there's no residual activity. It does not provide the 30 days that the previous larvicides have given us.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chairman, the director said that the reason that swamp mosquito got out of control is because we were concentrating on the mosquito that transfers dengue. But sir, we did a program last year or the year before where we introduced genetic modified mosquitoes here who were supposed to reduce the population of Aedes aegypti to zero. And the question I have, sir, is what was the estimated population of that mosquito before the Oxitec treatment, and what was the estimated population after the Oxitec treatment?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, there was no estimate of the population that I'm aware of. I couldn't give an exact figure for that. I could say that Oxitec claimed originally that we had an 80% reduction. I think it's well known that I opposed that figure. There were a number of FOI emails that came out that showed that I was questioning this value. I still can't give an accurate figure on the level of reduction that was achieved, but I can say I do not believe that it was significant.
Is, through to the Minister, is the current dengue outbreak in terms of number of persons affected after the first person discovered worse than all the previous years?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I have a report here from, it's called ProMed. They report on all the cases of mosquito-borne diseases. The article is from the 19th of November, so it's relatively recent. And it states that the number of cases of reported dengue up to epidemiological week 42 this year is the largest recorded in the history of dengue in the Americas. Now, we have seen a lot of dengue cases this year, or suspected dengue cases. We haven't confirmed whether they are dengue or not at the moment. But the current situation is in Cayman, on Grand Cayman, there's been no reported cases on the sister islands. We have received up to this, yesterday morning 142 suspected cases. Of the 142 suspected cases, 14 have been confirmed as local positive and 9 as imported positive, and we are awaiting results on 36 cases, suspected cases. So at the moment, from the 142 suspected cases, we have a positive rate. We're getting 22% positive rate, which means that from the remaining 36 cases, we probably going to see 5 or 6 more.
So you're telling me, sir, that the medical fraternity is reporting dengue cases before they know that it's a dengue case? Could the law don't require them to
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the honourable member, no, that's not the case. We are waiting for confirmation. We received confirmation from the Public Health Department. I believe they do an excellent job in notifying us of suspected cases and confirming to us when there's a positive case. So far they've notified of MRCU of 142 potential cases, and we've got back results saying that so far 14 of those cases have been local transmission and a further 9 have been imported. So it brings the total...
To you, to the Minister, why are we reporting suspected cases, maybe even causing undue alarm in the public about the state of public health of the country, before they are confirmed?
We are not actually reporting that number of cases. We are reporting the positives, which is 14 local and 9. Okay. The others are under investigation. They are not dengue cases, they are dengue investigations.
To you, Mr.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I didn't mean to stop the member. I think this could be helpful for the whole country to know. Since 1998, there were 2, 1999, 1, 2000, 0, 2001, 0, 2002, 1, 2003, 1, 04, 1, 5, 1, 2, 06, 1, and then in 2007 it went up to 9. And then 2008, 9, 2. 2010, 7. 2011, 2. And then in 2012, we had an outbreak of 37. And in 13, we had 7. 14, we had 4. 15, 5. 16, 4. In 17, we had 0 reported. And 2018, we had 2. And then you've heard the report of 2019, 9 and 14, 23 thus far.
The worrying number is the 142 suspected, because that can go past the 33. Through you, Mr. Chairman, would the director say that it would be statistically logical to deduct that the Oxitec exercise has actually increased the number of Aedes aegypti on the island? Because it didn't require to do the transfer.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I do not believe that to be the case.
Okay.
I just believe that it wasn't effective. It was a technology we looked at. I wasn't happy with the results as an individual, and I petitioned against it.
Mr. Chairman, through you.
Bodden Town West.
Thank you very much. Can the witness tell us exactly how this Oxitec thing, the genesis of it, how did this organization or company get into the island, and where are we at this point? After spending over $1 million or something for something that clearly now didn't work.
Mr. Chair, before the witness answers, I don't know how it started, but I know how it ended.
Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. The initial Oxitec trial was carried out in East End as part of a PhD project for a MRCU senior research officer. Now, the original results that came back looked promising. It was something that MRCU thought this could help us reduce Aedes aegypti and reduce dengue, chikungunya, and Zika. So we entered into an original contract that was at no cost to the government. There was no key performance indicators. It was purely down to MRCU scientists to decide whether we wanted this technology or not, whether it was worth looking at further. At the end of that trial, myself and the other MRCU scientist looked at the data and decided these results do not meet the claims that Oxitec made. So we both recommended that we didn't take this any further. Unfortunately, it was decided at higher levels than us that we would be going forward with an island-wide rollout of the technology. I believe the estimated cost was $8 million. I was strongly opposed to that, and we managed to renegotiate a contract down to a smaller area of West Bay that would cost $588,000. To be honest, I wasn't too happy about that, but I saw it as being a lot better than $8 million.
Thank you very much. I will yield to the senior member from East End.
Mr. Chairman, the innocence of newness. This is the first time he has ever been in here, this gentleman. So he's new. So I guess he understands that truth is much purer than coming in here and trying and dodge. You know, I find it quite interesting that when the people of East End approached me about this and I inquired, I'd never heard anything about thesis for PhD. I was told a number of things, but I didn't hear that. So once again, I was lied to, which I transmitted to the people of East End. in the meantime, this government, that administration was hiding this and exposing people, whatever it was that they were exposing them to. Lay this marker down now. As long as I occupy this piece of real estate, do not come back to East End with any chemicals other than the usual ones that are being used to eradicate mosquitoes. If I come, understand what happened in 2011 with that dock, at turning the people of East End against you all. Understand that. That's not for you, that's for the government. That's for anybody, sir. So the truth is coming out now. We were used as guinea pigs. That's unfortunate. That's seriously unfortunate with a program that was not proven. Thank God we had you there to try and arrest it, so to speak. I'm disappointed. And that I will communicate to the people of East End. Having said that, let me congratulate you all for what you did with the dengue fever and the meetings and the whatnot and trying to eradicate those mosquitoes in East End recently. I really appreciate that. That's the kind of work you need to keep up. If you come back with any chemicals other than that, I turn the people of East End against you.
Member for
Mr. Chair.
Down West.
Mr.
Then we come
Chair.
to the member for.
Thank you. Thank you, member. I want to say in terms of the member from East End comments, under my watch as minister, there will be no more guinea pig. So he can count on that. There will be no more guinea pig trials under my watch.
Member for Baden Town West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just through you, and maybe I missed it earlier. Can the witness that's beside the minister confirm his title for me, please? His title.
He did state his title, yeah. Yes.
Through
Yes,
you,
yes.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Dr. Alan Wheeler. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of Research and Development at MRCU.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to confirm through you, Mr. Chairman, and this is to the minister specifically, recognizing that this time of year is busy for public servants and everybody, where is the director for MRCU?
Mr. Chair, I'm reliably informed that the director is on vacation. And, you know, I always tell people, even in caucus, I tell them, don't leave the room or people can talk about you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just one last question to the Assistant Director, and I must thank him for his frankness and his candor and his honesty at his procedures today. Has there been any studies conducted to directly see the effects of of the damages or potential damages that may have been caused by this Oxitec experiment? I saw several days in the newspaper they were speaking about even the bees population, and I remember reading about the bees population, a lot of bees being dying, and everyone know how important bees is in terms of pollination and everything else. And also, has there been any effects in terms of these reports of these super unkillable mosquitoes that's basically that's not immune to the spraying that we're having right now? Because I mean, this is serious because bees, I mean, I don't want to get into the whole issue, but I mean, people can quickly do research to see exactly how important bees is to the overall planet. You know what I mean? And then with these super mosquitoes, because ultimately we need to know what is the plan going forward in terms of how we're going to deal with this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, sir. Member.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, speaking as a scientist, I don't see any mechanism whereby the Oxitec mosquito release could have affected bees or any other endemic insect on the island. My big concern with the Oxitec technique was the results were overstated, the level of control, and we ran the risk of not only diverting our own much needed resources to that project, but we are seen as a leader in the Caribbean when it comes to mosquito control. And I was very worried that other countries would follow our lead, divert their own resources towards Oxitec and result in a dengue and other mosquito-borne disease outbreak in the region.
The other part in terms of the spraying now, because I think one of the reports was saying that maybe the sprays may have been changed as a result of dealing with these mosquitoes that may have affected the bees. So has there been any situation with the spraying that may possibly have any effects on the bees population or anything?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I have a prepared statement here from the Director of MRCU, which I'll read out. We want to reassure the public that the MRCU remains committed to the protection of public and environmental health as part of our mission. Investigations into the health of our local bees are ongoing. At this time, the MRCU can confirm we did not perform any control operations in the vicinity of 7 Mile Beach in the lead up to the reports, which were the 25th and 26th of November. MRCU will meet with DOE on Tuesday to discuss the evidence and reports. We are committed to our proactive approach to safeguarding the environment while controlling mosquitoes and mosquito-borne diseases. All of MRCU's surveillance and control activities are open, transparent, and available to the public. We look forward to our meeting with DOE management and staff and to a positive outcome. We encourage the community to find out more about how we can all work together to save the bees during a time of global bee decline.
Member for Northside.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if the Minister, I wonder if the Director could give us some kind of commitment when we're likely to see the frequency of the spray plane and the truck sprayer, because in Northside.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, there really is, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the honourable member, there really is no frequency. MRCU doesn't control mosquitoes that way. We apply our insecticides based on evidence, which is light trap evidence or complaints. So if we get complaints from the public and high numbers of mosquitoes in our light traps, we respond. I mean, I wouldn't like to see a situation where we just applied to an area because we haven't applied there for a long time.
Okay, will you accept that I just complained, sir?
Absolutely.
Please, and if the number of complaints will increase the frequency, I can deliver at least 500 to the Minister Monday morning. If you want individual letters or you want, it is really bad, sir. It's impossible for me to believe that your traps in Northside are not returning thousands of mosquitoes.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, as soon as I get out of this meeting, I will review the traps and we'll deal with that situation.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you.
I have a number of here, so I'm going to go with the member for West Bay North.
Did I understand you to say that this started with someone working on their PhD? Was that person the Kimanian?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, no, they weren't.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Oh. Go ahead, then you, and then back to the
Me?
member for Newlands.
How was permission given for this science project to begin? Where did the permission come from?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I believe it must have been ministry approval.
Well, I'll assume it wasn't that minister, but Under normal circumstances, how would one go about getting something like this approved? I mean, what is the process, the established process? I'm assuming something on this of this magnitude would go directly to the minister and then to cabinet. I wouldn't think that it is something that could be decided on just at the ministerial level.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would have to do some research on that and find out exactly how it came into action. I honestly don't know at this moment in time.
Member of Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a bit concerned about a comment you made, and hopefully you can help clarify it for me. You said that the professionals within your field thought that the program wasn't a good program and shouldn't go forward. And there was a decision higher up than you that overrode your decision, or overrided your decision, and you still went forward. Is that correct? Or did I misunderstand you?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
What is the normal, I guess my colleague just asked that question, but isn't it normal in respect to the specialist field that you do, that the direction and the advice as what to do in these types of situations come from yourself and the director?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the Oxytec project consisted of a steering committee composed of 3 members of MRCU staff, and I believe it was 4 members of Oxytec staff. There was no mention in any of the steering meetings that we would be taking this project further. The first I found out that we were going to be signing up to an island-wide rollout was actually through one of the Oxytec members of staff who informed me that we would be signing up to an $8 million contract.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, can you tell this honorable committee what was the cost to this country as a result of still going forward, even after the advice from the specialists like yourself not to move forward?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the initial cost was meant to be $8 million, but we managed, when the acting director came to MRCU, we spoke down, we raised our concerns, and we managed to get the second project, which was not an island-wide rollout. It was essentially retesting the first data set and combining it with some of our own control techniques, and that would cost the island $588,000.
Sorry, I think you said $588,000. You just said
that's
$588,000.
Yes, sir.
CI dollars or US dollars?
Member, all amounts are in CI dollars.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure, because it's a foreign company, so I wasn't sure. Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, can the minister give us a background of, is that the proper process to not take the guidance from our own specialists here and move forward with that? And what higher authority are we talking about that made that decision? I know the minister wasn't around when that happened, but
I don't want to go back to what happened when another minister was there, but I can tell you that that's not how I plan to take it forward. What I want to say is that the finance our ministry did not, we when I came on board, I raised some red flags, and I did not pay a cent. So they did not get paid the funds that they were requesting.
Mr. Chair, through you, and Mr. Chair, I'll take your guidance in respect to this question. I was sent here by the people of Georgetown Central to examine and do everything I can to assist, but also hold account. Now, I understand the minister does not want to harp on negativity of the past, but a part of my job is to see where and how failings happened so they don't happen again. So am I allowed to just accept you saying you don't want to go back there, or am I allowed to demand that there is an answer being given to this committee because I am not happy with a decision like that has cost the country over $500,000 that could be going to the children in Georgetown who need food to eat, but was advised not to do it and it still went forward. So, Mr. Chair, tell me if I'm right in respect to requesting that information to be provided.
Remember, the minister said he wasn't there, and this went back several years. The gentleman, or the director, is no longer there. So, I mean, I think in trying to elicit the information you're seeking to do so, it's going to be particularly difficult to do so at this point.
Fair enough, Mr. Chair, but there are members of ministry here today that was involved, that was around, that can give this honorable committee the answers to those questions.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking the other person there might be the chief officer, who was the acting chief officer, who was not there at that point in time either.
Well, I'm happy to hear from that person. Through you, Mr. Chair, also in requests, can you restate for record what year that started?
But yeah, it was all good. I don't want. It's quite of a pickle. The chief officer is not there. That was there. The director is gone. They weren't paid the money. I didn't pay them. And anything else we try to delve into is going to be too political. And I really don't want to use this house for that. If you would really appreciate that.
Hang on.
Member for East End.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, me. No. This is the house of politics. And that's precisely what it is. Like Mr. Brian, I answer to people too. And that is very much politics. I didn't sign on, there's no preacher. Let's hear what year did this thing start in? And under which ministry?
Mr. Chair, Nancy Barnard, Deputy Chief Officer, Ministry for Health. I don't remember the exact date because I wasn't actually at MRCU, but I was asked to be acting director there for about 7 months during the period where the Dr. Wheeler, as assistant director, was making a lot of questions and showing that he wasn't in agreement with what was happening with Oxitec output into West Bay. At that time, to the best of my knowledge, the cabinet, I believe, had approved that funding would be in a budget year.
Mrs. Chairman, can I have an intervention before she makes the quantum leap to the cabinet? Can she start from the director that's not here and the chief officer that's not here, so there won't be any gaps in information?
Ask him what year. Yeah, Mr. Chair, I wasn't at MRCU, I was at the ministry, but I just recall that when I was there for about 7 months under the directorship of, well, it was the Chief Officer Ahern, and I believe it was Minister Bodden. At that time, we were looking at why it is that we were about to spend about $8 million US on something that a senior scientist wasn't happy with after the departure of the former director of MRCU. So we asked a lot of questions, and we decided that that would not be a good investment of the money, and so we decided to pare it right down, and that's when the about just over 588,000 was spent instead as a wrap-up and re-investigation exercise.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, can the lady please indicate whether the information that they didn't have consensus from the department, who are the technocrats, passed on to cabinet? And for the record, I wasn't in cabinet, but that doesn't really matter.
Okay.
We just need to get the whole process clear.
Mr. Chair, through you, I beg your pardon. I was consulting with the acting chief officer. I didn't hear the question.
I was just trying to clarify whether the information that the lady just stated was that information given to cabinet at the time, that there was not consensus from the professionals at the relevant department and their ministry, because it had to be a minister to bring the paper.
Mr. Chair, through you, what I recall at the time was that while a cabinet paper was sent up, that the whole island-wide rollout of Grand Cayman would be around the $8 million. I think, from my recollection, that we then said that we wouldn't need that much because we were reducing down to about 500,000. However, I am not aware of whether or not the rationale behind it was actually conveyed to cabinet or not.
So, Mr. Chairman, until there's evidence to the contrary, it's fair through the process of deductive analysis reason that cabinet was not in possession of this relevant information.
Well, we can't make that, ma'am, I agree with you that we can't make that determination here from what we have. I mean, I guess I agree.
But it was being implied.
Yes.
So until you, basically what I'm saying, until that evidence presents itself,
yeah,
and obviously they're in a position to present it, cabinet of the day cannot be, the blame cannot be imputed upon them, because if cabinet wasn't given that relevant information, I don't see how we can put innuendos that it could have been cabinet. So until I see that evidence, that's the position I'm taking.
I agree with you.
Mr. Chairman,
Member from East End.
it can be assumed also that a project of this nature with such effect should at least have come to cabinet for cabinet's approval before it was executed. Now, the same way the later minister says it should not be assumed that cabinet said it, approved it, it reached cabinet, I can assume that it reached too.
You can assume, but I mean, what we're trying here, and certainly within this finance committee, is to determine the facts.
Well, one assumption of what I said doesn't make mine wrong, neither does mine make hers wrong, or theirs wrong.
Okay, member.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to know when it was started in East End, if anyone knows that. What year was that?
Mr. Chairman, you need Adam Schiff deal with this.
Mr. Chair, while we wait on that answer, I think there was some confusion as to some information just given. I think there may have been the assumption that caucus and cabinet knew about this and possibly approved the funding. But after that was done, I think what the minister was trying to say is that with the dissatisfaction by some of the members at the MRCU, that information after the fact was not communicated back to cabinet. I mean, we're all here assuming, but I think that was what she was trying to say.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't get from the gentleman there, doctor, that objection from the scientist, including himself, started after the fact. My understanding is that it started when it was proposed to do a PhD thesis in East End.
Mr. Chairman.
The question that we do have here was when did the project first get started?
But, Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
we are not the Public Accounts Committee. This is, we have made ourselves clear, and I think members have made themselves clear where they stand. All of us have done that. But the past decision about money requested for the project, that money was never spent, as I am understanding, if that is correct. The money was never spent. So I don't know, what else we can get out of it except the satisfaction that the current minister, would not pay out
Well, Mr. Chair,
any funds.
Mr. Chair, forgive me, please, because I kind of started the line of this questioning. But here's where the issue lies with me. This is the second time now I've heard over the last week of a chain of command that has failed to reach the minister. Now, I don't know if that's a common practice within the civil service, but that is a concern, and I can't get the necessary information that I need to hold the government accountable, or even say to criticize them if their information is not getting to the cabinet. So I'm trying to find out, is this a normal process?
Well, from what I'm hearing from the evidence being given, that we're not able to get that answer whether this failed. We can't say that it did or didn't. So we're arguing around in circles here about something we can't determine. So let's move on.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to know when this was in East End for the public record so we can see how many years this was going on and in which administration it became a project to move ahead with.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I apologise. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I apologise.
Name and position, sir.
Dr. Alan Wheeler, Assistant Director, MRCU. I apologise. I didn't hear that question, and I was in discussion with the Minister.
What year was the project conducted in East End?
I can go back and verify what I'm about to say here. I believe it was 2012 was the first pilot trial in East End.
Thank you.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Let's move on.
Mr. Chairman, please give me indulgence. I promise to be quick. I think it's important that with the revelation of what has been said, that it also highlights that the former minister involved in this would not have known either. So I don't want any negative assertions or left impressions that he could be any way responsible for this, because repetition is important, and based on what I've heard, it doesn't sound like he knew anything about this either. Regardless if he's not longer here, he's a part of this fraternity, and I don't want to make any lasting impression that he was anyway affiliated with some negativity of any sort.
All in favor of HES 11 Mosquito Control Services for $9,222,265 in 2020 and $9,988,598 in 2021. Standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Members, this seems a very convenient point for us to take the lunch break. It is now 12:32. Let's be back at 1:35. So give us an hour for lunch.
Has been doing so for over 32 years. The Trust stands proud of all its achievements to date and remains fully committed to preserving all that makes the Cayman Islands unique. So this isn't a conversation that just began insofar as the National Trust is concerned.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. We have to go to commercial break. We also have a caller on hold. First, a commercial break. We will take the caller as soon as we return. Please stay tuned. For the record, we'll be back shortly. Good morning and welcome back to For the Record. My pleasure to have in the studio with me Ms. Teresa Pitcairn, and we hope and we trust that our discussion that we're having is of interest to you. We do know that the things that we are discussing will have a profound impact one way or the other on the Cayman Islands. It is quite possible that individuals or organizations may find themselves on the wrong side of history, because at the end of the day, if we end up with a situation where there is no enhanced cruise berthing facilities and the cruise tourism is affected adversely by that, someone will have to answer to that. If we do end up with a cruise berthing facility that ends up damaging our environment, and as a result of that creating permanent damage to our tourism industry, someone will have to answer for that as well. So that is why decisions that are being made have to be taken carefully, cautiously, and with a recognition that there could be dire consequences as well. Let's go to the phone lines. Caller, good morning. Welcome to For the Record. Good morning, caller. Welcome to For the Record.
Was it me?
Yes, you are. Go right ahead.
Okay, morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Listen to me a long time and listening to me, but I didn't hear anything. It was never the subject concerned. When I listened of the dock,
okay,
I still stand the dock is a ruination to this place. And I would like you to read that article you promised to read for me, so people can, not only me one got that view, but anybody who have been to sea and know the consequences of an open port. We don't have a secure port. This thing is subject to all weathers. If you know, last week when we had 2 days of little light nor'wester, where were the ships? Spots. On top of that, if this construction even start and you get a nor'wester, it got to be interrupted because the damage they could do has undone what they have done. On another thing, I thought it was only an acre that they could clear. No, they cleared 12 acres. So tell me now where the fill coming for that, if it's not from 7 Mile Beach. For a 6-foot hole, do your math and figure how many cubic feet of fill it is in that hole. And not only that, but why are we going to ruin the place when we're making money right now off of the tourists? We only got 4 mega ships now, 3 now, one thing was work about the end of this year. And what happened to the 100 and odd other ships that come by here during the regular time? That, you think I could dry up? And by the same token, we have been having 5 or 6 ships come in here one time. And what happens to those that can't bust? You know, they lie on the hook. The hook is our salvation, because not only are we preserving what God has given us, but it's not for me and you, because we're just but gone now, our generation.
Yes.
But the generation to come will curse us for not protecting this place.
And our Constitution, sections in our Constitution that empowers us, that makes it obligatory that we protect our environment for future generations.
I know that was supposed to be, but who cares? Once they come in here with money and blind your eye. And then on top of that, the dock will be ours, you know. They say 25 years, but by the time 25 years come, they have not made enough to pay for that dock. And that's not the only thing. Them holes got to be maintained constantly. When it's filled, it got to be dredged. Every time it pop up to danger level for the ship, it got to be dragged down, because you've got a ship drawing through 2 feet draft. You've got to have a hole at least 4 to 6 feet deep, so that they would not have no encounter with the bottom. And you need, talking about that song, but need 4 acres to turn a rig around. They need a lot of space to turn a ship that size back on its course. So please, the public, if we can get together and vote know on the 19th we are ahead of these people who want to destroy this place. And on top of that, the steamship controlling here a lot now, but when that dock is finished, that belongs to them for 25 years. So where our revenue from the tourists is coming? Besides, and another thing, we don't have the infrastructure for 5,000 people in Georgetown one time, because that place is, when you see people in the shop there, you will walk on and pass it and go back on board the ship. We'll have less spending money ashore than what we're having now.
So you're not satisfied with the answers that the pro-port people are given in relation to the control of the numbers, and you're not satisfied with what they're saying in relation to that. You're not satisfied in relation to the revenues that will come about as a result of that, and the fact that they have said that the port will remain under control, Caymanian control.
Listen to me. That's wind in the air. That's blowing against the wind. Because every other place that them steamship went into, who control the dock? Don't they control it for 25 years? So what?
No, but I think it's only fair for us to look at the agreement that we have here. We can't compare what has happened in other jurisdictions. We have to look at what we have documented here and what is intended to occur here, in all fairness.
Oh, see? Listen to me. Let me tell you something. Anybody who got any love for this country and knowing the ill effects it will have on this place, because when it's gone, it's gone. Now, we are making a good amount of money off of these people. The same harbor that was producing around $14 to $19 million a year will be gone. No more snorkeling in Georgetown. Now, you want to sacrifice that for somebody because they tell you they want a dock? Why all these many years that we have, the tourism have grown, and people keep on all over the world they don't have boats. There's some places do have, but we don't have a harbor like other places we got. You just take Bahamas. Bahamas got 2 islands. That second island there performs a natural harbor to put in it, not getting that ocean direct flow. But any wind we get, besides northeast or southeast, we're in trouble. Southwest, northwest, the dock is closed.
Okay, so caller, before I let you go, just one final question for you. Are you opposed to the dock being built where it is, or are you opposed to any enhanced cruise berthing facility anywhere on the island?
Any place you put it, you would destroy the North Sound, but that's the only one that you could have a year-round operation with, because you could come far enough in that you landlock and you have a protection from the open sea. But any port you talk about, we're what I call it. And don't think that they can come up spots here when it's northeast, southeast around. The only time they can unload people is when it's a nor'wester. And now we have a seasonal dock for millions of dollars, and then everybody control it. What's the 12 acres for? Who could put down another dock there in Georgetown? Because you don't need 12 acres moving the boats all over the place. Who's a natural attraction you make money off of now for the whims of somebody else? Now everybody coming here see us as suckers for the dollar bill. And anything they want, when you want it, sir. It's not any question of what will it do for me? What will it do for our country? What effect will it have? Whether it's beneficial or not beneficial. Anyhow, Mr. Jose, please read that for me. It's not going to help much, but anyway, my 2 bits be in there.
Thank you very much for your contribution.
And I would like somebody else to hear what we had to say, not today, but 5 years ago.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. We've reached the top of the hour, 9 o'clock headline news. Folks, please stay tuned for the record with Miss Teresa Pitcairn. We'll continue after headline news. Good morning and welcome back to For the Record. In studio with me, Miss Teresa Pitcairn. We have a caller. Caller, good morning. Welcome to For the Record.
Morning, how you doing?
Good morning. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just calling to regards to a statement you made. I'm not sure if it was you or one of your colleagues there made a few minutes ago when that gentleman was on the phone with you guys. The statement said that that we're comparing our contract and our situation to other islands, other ports around the Caribbean. And
Yeah, I can explain that. What the caller was saying basically that was you look at other jurisdictions where ports were built and they have no control over the port. And he was saying that we would not have control over the port here for 25 years.
So, do you know, over the course of the 25 years where the government is splitting the per head fee, which is how the government pays the cruise line back for the port, how much the government will be paying the cruise lines for the port?
I don't know the exact numbers, but the Minister for Tourism and the Deputy Premier has laid out the figures and pointed out that yes, that part of those fees would be going to the cruise line. So it may be in terms of a dollar figure, a smaller amount, but over a long period of time, it will end up being more, something to that effect. But yes, that has been conceded.
About 400 million is what the Deputy Premier Mose and the Premier Allen said. 400 million over the course of the 25 years. Okay. So that's double for the project.
Okay.
Right? And then what I was really calling about, because I could go on all day, but what I was really calling about was, we're jumping on this bandwagon to build this port, right? And we're going full force with it. This is something that is dead and done. All the other countries that have done it, that have failed with it, are done with it. They don't want to go back to it. They just wish they never did it. So what I was calling to say was that we need to be mindful. We do need to observe and understand what happened in other countries. Not just in terms of who has control over the port, but, of the entire port projects throughout the Caribbean. Because these same people that we're bringing here to do this job are some of the same people that went to those countries to do those jobs that were failures. And we just simply, if you can't prove that it's not going to be a failure, then, there's no point in doing it at all.
All right. Okay. Very good point. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, for calling in and expressing those views as well. Ms. T, I'm thinking that, people have made that comparison about the experiences that other jurisdictions have had in relation to building cruise berthing facilities, and many have fallen on the case of Falmouth in Jamaica. And my thought is, well, first I would point out that most of the people that I have spoken to in relation to their position on the cruise berthing facility, their primary concern has to do with damage to the environment. Their primary concern. And my thought is, what if that concern was not there, if it was a situation where we didn't have to do anything to adversely affect the environment? What would people's position would be in relation to a port, enhanced port project? What would their opposition be then in relation to it? And that's a rhetorical question. We have another call. Give you a chance to comment before go to the caller. Caller, good morning. Welcome to For the Record.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Yeah, fine. Thank you, Rambo here. Mr. Osi, the guest.
Yes.
Morning.
Yeah, Mr. Osi, this corporate, am I right? Every 2 minutes.
Sure.
Like I tell you last month, or 5 weeks ago, right? Whatever the outcome of the sport thing, life goes on. I lose no net rest over it. Yeah, see, that's the truth. Yeah, we find out about it. And like I said again, I don't hear nobody's remorse. If you go down that pipeline, that's no problem. So, Mr. Osi, what about now? Different. What problem to me, immersing me with respect to the dilemma, right? December 12th, you have the UK thing, election going on. Yeah, right? In the end of January, what outcome that be? You understand? So, like I said again, you got Bracer in Park. What was it, 19? She come like in a stall now with this thing. right, with a judicial review, whatever it's called, right? Is that Mr. OC, we live in a polarized world, right? Intergenerational.
More and more
right?
so, yeah.
Right, and we live in democracy. Right? We got to change the ban laws. You see where I come from? And come New Year's, right? We are creating incentives, right? Which is intact. Adventures, like the herb thing. Uncle Elvis Knight, the herb thing. Right? Decriminalize it, legalize it. Because, like I say again, if the port they go through, my aspect of it now. You go about dispensary here. Yeah? It's a scapegoat, but it's a reality check. And like I said, Mr. OC, we live in a cultural impact. It's a kind of cultural impact. So we got like look at all the revenue stream, or the gains, or the market, or the capitals. You know what I'm saying? To fulfill what's going on. Right? And Mr. OC, last time, like I tell again, I don't lose it. Don't let rest over this now. I'm telling you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Cool, man. And thank you, Mr. Visa.
Thank you very much. That's a good approach to take. You know, at the end of the day, life must go on, port or no port. But whether or not people's lives, their livelihood will be affected one way or the other by decisions that are made, and like I said, that are made, and like I said before, it is quite possible that one side may end up being on the wrong side of history.
Yeah, the question that you raised, that if we didn't have the environmental issues to consider, I would also want to consider the cost. You know, the figures have to be fairly accurate. How much it's going to cost us, how much the people who are involved in the industry will make. I was listening to someone speak the other day about the congestion on our beaches, the congestion over by Stingray City. Look at the areas that people visit when they come by a cruise, or, make those kind of comparative analysis. And you haven't really given me a lot of time to sit down and think about it, but those are some of the immediate things that I would think of. Definitely the cost us. And, what happens, for example, if our economy is not as buoyant as it is now? How are we going to make those payments?
Yes, yeah. Okay, we have another caller. Caller, good morning. Welcome to For the Record. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Osi.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Morning.
I'm very thankful and highly blessed and very tired. I'm doing my chores myself. I'm not paying nobody to mess up my business. Good morning, good morning, T.
Morning, hun.
And listen to me now. I'm not talking about no port. I'm talking about something that to me is more important than a port. That I'm stammering now. That is a senior, almost 70 years old, that's been in the care, in a rental care through needs assessment unit. I left 2 messages with one individual there, and I'm not getting no return call on this. But the story that what I left as a message, it was this: I am so fed up, disgusted about what has been. No, what has not been done and what is being done, meaning family members have to support that individual because that individual has a little savings. You understand where I'm coming from? And you can hear that I am Rex, right? I am Rex. Listen now, I'm going to try to get it a little bit slower. This individual has been in the care of a rental situation through government, which needs assessment unit is in charge of. And they have not come up yet with any rental payments yet. So that's 2 months, almost 3 months now. 2 months already been paid out of somebody else. Is not that individual saving now, But they want the family members to go into that individual savings to pay back who have paid that $1,300. It was for 2 months, six a month, including water and lights. But then they're still not getting no food card because they're giving you cards now. So that is coming from another individual family member. The individual that paid for the 2 months rent, $1,300, were told that they're not going to get that back.
So what decision has the needs assessment unit made in relation to it? Have they approved the request, the application, or have they disapproved it?
OC, they are walking on their hands. This is a part of my messages. They are walking on their hands with their heads turned backwards. They are not interested in the senior citizen who is almost 70 years old.
Mm-hmm.
But yet they can be out there or be there supporting them little young girls. They're getting 3 and 4 bills by different men, rent, food, clothes, everything. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Does the need assessment unit look at a person's, not only the person's ability to support themselves, but the family members' ability to support themselves as well, to support them as well?
Listen to me. It looks to me that way.
Mm-hmm.
But
And is that wrong? Is that wrong?
Yeah, man, because listen now, DCFSA, I also talked to someone there too. DCFSA, it's a shame. Cynical, I'm not cynical. These near 7 units should have been taken very long. That should have been sorted out before they started even work about the rent.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Okay, well, keep hammering away at it. I can only encourage you to continue to push. We have another caller. Caller, good morning. Welcome to For the Record.
Hello.
Good morning.
How are you, Ochi?
I'm fine. How are you?
Not too bad. Good morning to your guest, too.
Yes, Mr. Reese.
Yeah. Ochi, with all due respect, when it comes to this discussion on the radio, with you, and you pro-port.
No. You, what gives you, makes you believe that?
Come on.
What makes you believe I'm pro? I try to be as balanced as possible. I try to be as balanced. You have never heard me say to anyone, vote yes or vote no.
No, you don't have to say that.
Uh-huh.
You don't have to say that. Listen, Ocean, listen carefully.
Okay.
Listen, you see, any disruption with what we have out there now, as far as dredging is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I worked on a dredge, right in the North Sound, coming into Mitchell Creek, where Governor's Harbor, what they call Governor's Harbor. Now, all that was swamp,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And all that was put there, that marble put there by a dredge.
Mm-hmm.
And when you disrupt the marine life or any corals, anything on the water, it ain't no boat that you can grow back the coral, This thing took millions of years to get there, Listen, Osi, what these cruise ship people are doing, they are trying to control the port for 25 years. And after that, let me tell you something. Me and you not going to be around. And any mistake that they have made with the harbor, and by disrupting the harbor, will also disrupt 7 Mile Beach. Now, you might have other people come on the radio and tell you a lot of bull about it. They're not going to disrupt 7 Mile Beach. But they don't know what they're talking about. Listen, when you use a dredge and you cut that ocean floor, my friend, you have destroyed millions of years of things getting together to Mother Nature. The port definitely should not be dredged.
Mm-hmm.
If they can't bring in a ship without the port being dredged, then I would tell them to forget it, because everywhere that those cruise ships, people have gone. They not went there in the people's best interest. They went there for them to profit, make their millions, and continue to make the millions. And that is what they want to do with Cayman. But I tell you the truth, OC, the majority of Cayman people, and I talk about experienced, well-educated Cayman people that I've spoken to, they are not wanting this port, But they're not coming out and saying it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And the reason why they're not coming out and saying it, because they stand to make some. And that is really undermining fact lies. Right now at this stage, I have a bit of advice to you. Step down from where you are now for anything concerning with the port. Because if you
Caller, you have no basis for that, and don't let me treat you now like how I've treated others. If you don't come with the facts in terms of telling me, proving to me that I'm pro-port, then you and I will no longer engage in a conversation on this show.
Let me tell you something, OC. Listen, when you mention...
You don't, I'm not going to allow you to publicly make statements unless you have the facts to prove it.
Let me this question then. Why it is that you, just a while back, you just said about the cruise ship having ports and that Kimman cannot go by an example of what...
What we were talking about there, caller, had to do with control of the port in terms of the length of time. I said to that caller, you need to look at whatever agreement we in the Cayman Islands will have in place as it relates to the control of the port. That was what I said. But I'm going to ask you to leave us there, but I'm going to caution you again. Do not make any accusations against me unless you have the facts to prove it. Okay? We need to take a commercial break. Folks, please stay tuned. For the Record, we'll be back shortly. Good morning and welcome back to For the Record. We have one more call and then we're going to close the phone lines off temporarily, and not because we don't want to talk with you, but there are things that we want to discuss in relation to this referendum and the referendum process that people need to know about, because it is happening now. It is live. People are receiving postal ballots. Their votes could possibly be affected by this application for judicial review or the results of that application, as well. So we want to explain certain things to you. We have some questions in relation to persons who are incapacitated and whether or not they're allowed to vote. Ms. Teresa got a question on that. We want to answer that for those individuals as well. So let's go to the phone lines. Caller, good morning. Welcome to For the Record.
Hi, good morning, OC, to you and Teresa.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm very thankful. OC, I thought that, when I heard that the government was going to be having meetings, I felt very, very encouraged that the government saw fit to have meetings, public consultation regarding this port.
Mm-hmm.
One of the biggest controversial things that there is currently in existence in the island.
Mm-hmm.
But what the government done is they shot themselves in the foot when they're having these meetings and you're not allowed to, there's not the questioning that would normally take place. You got to write down these questions and submit them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think the government has failed miserably. Miserably, they have failed, and they had the opportunity to really engage the public and to really be. This is where transparency is.
Mm-hmm.
And if that level of transparency is there, then the government can go in and say, listen, hey, look, we did everything that we had to do.
Mm-hmm.
We had our public meetings. We allowed for public participation. But to treat people in that manner is just like the mushroom effect. Feeding your BS and keeping you in the dark. That is the mushroom effect. So because you hear these people coming telling us that they got some lab that they can rebuild coral. What load of rubbish! If that clown had a lab that he could rebuild coral, he would be Onassis wouldn't have nothing on him.
Oh dear.
Onassis would not have nothing on him. You know how many islands, how many countries in this world that would love to have a beautiful coral formation like what we have in Cayman? That's why we're the envy of the world to a certain extent. And yet we're gonna take somebody who come here, fly in here in a plane, and tell us that he can rebuild coral. Man, they gotta really stop taking us for a bunch of idiots. That's what they take us for, small island idiots. And our government is promoting that rubbish. Our government is promoting that rubbish. How naive!
But caller, are you? And I know I'll probably be accused of being pro-port again from someone, not necessarily you. But are you aware that there are countries and there are instances where coral has been regrown? Only yesterday I was reading an article, and it is entitled "Lobsters and Octopuses Are Back: The Kenyan Women Leading a Reef Revival." And if you get an opportunity, read that story, because I don't think that it is that is a fallacy, a total fallacy that coral can't be created.
I think though it's the
on
scale.
a large scale, the scale of it is.
Because I just had a look at the article myself,
Yes.
and the scale at which it's intended here is far
greater.
outweighs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting you there, caller. Go right ahead.
I don't think that there's not such a thing as coral restoration.
Mm-hmm.
But for someone to tell me that he can sit in the lab and grow coral, no. He'd have to show that to me, because I'm not that naive. He gonna have to show that to me. He can write an article he want. I want proof is in the pudding. Okay? And I don't buy that, because yes, there is coral restitution. I mean, that could be argued. We got the people over in Little Cayman. We got the people over in Little Cayman who say that it's not possible from the scale what he's talking about.
Yeah.
So I mean, we got really start treating the people of this island. We have some very intelligent people here,
Oh, yeah.
We said when them people right
Right around the table here, right in front of me, right in front of me.
in front of you.
Yes.
We have some very intelligent people in this island. But one thing about us is that we will never ever rely on the expertise that we have within our own. As long as you don't come from across the pond, you are nothing. You are nothing at all in this country.
Mm-hmm.
But yet we got expertise right here, and we don't utilize them. We rather go and pay $50,000 an hour as opposed to getting it done here at a cheaper scale, and with it being done with heart and soul. Anyway, I get so emotional, about this thing.
Yes.
We'll just leave it at that.
But keep the dialogue going, because that is important, and that is what our little experiment here in democracy allows us to do, and we want to keep that conversation going, caller. Thank you very much for all the contributions that you make every time you call in. We're going to take a commercial break. We have one more caller that has come through, and then after that, we're going to turn the mic back over to Ms. Teresa. Folks, please stay tuned. For the Record, we'll be back shortly. Good morning and welcome back to For the Record. We're on the last half an hour for the show and our last caller for the morning. Caller, good morning. Welcome to For the Record.
Good morning, O.C., and your guests.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. I'm not saying I'm pro the port, but I think there's been a lot of hypothetical jargon, if you want to call it that has gone on over the months people have been discussing this. I think we are not looking at what could happen to us in the long term if this does not go ahead. I am not suggesting that we should lose any of our underwater environment, but as I said years ago when they were talking about the mangroves, one of these days we're going to end up eating mangrove leaves if you don't look out, because you want to protect every single leaf, and people starving on the other hand for the lack of a little bit of common sense. But anyway, that's water under the bridge. I think I'm not saying there won't be any damage done. The people have said that themselves. It will be a certain amount of damage, but the way that they have presented this project, I don't think they're planning to try to destroy the country. I think it's going to. They have the expertise. They have proven a lot of what they've said all over the world. We're probably the last little drop in the world that they haven't built a cruise port like this. And to be honest, I think we should have had a port years ago. And my son is a captain of one of the tenders, so I'm not trying to say I'm saving a job for him or not saving a job for him. So that's an argument between me and him. But nevertheless, I'm looking at the benefit to the country. I think we will regret it if we don't have this in years to come, because we've been told, and I'm not saying every single thing that has been said has been by belief, but I think there's enough checks and balances in this agreement that they will not destroy this country. And we've been overlooking all of the damage that's been done over the years, every day when those ships anchor. And I'm sure something gets damaged every time they drop the anchor and chain. So I'm not saying that we should destroy the reefs that are pristine reefs that's right in the harbor, where is very close proximity to access to the passengers that come on a cruise and so on. But if we do not have the port, they made it quite clear, the proposals, that, and we know every time they get a ship, they're getting it bigger and bigger. Eventually, they will be dropping us off. They've already dropped us off with the Oasis class ships, which we are being deprived of that because they bypass us, because we can't accommodate them, and they will refuse to use the tenders for these certain ships. And not only that, these mega ships are based in the Caribbean year-round, so we could benefit from them through other days of the week when it's quiet, that they could have a much more balanced business aspect of it, that people could have more of a steady income from this business instead of just a sporadic 5 or 8 ships occasionally, which is more probably than we can cope with at times. And then there's many days that we don't have anything at all to feed the people. I think we have a good agreement made. I don't think we could ever get a port financed any better than what the proposal is. And I must say, I've been to 2 public meetings and one of the Contractors Association with these people present. And looking back at what was done last year, I think it was at the Family Life Center, as far as I'm concerned, it was very ill-mannered and disrespectful the way it was carried out, with the questions and the action that people had there. I don't blame the government for doing the questions in a form that they have done it or are doing it, because it's a more decent way of dealing with it. People can ask any question they want, and they're obligated to answer it, whether directly or indirectly. And I just think we're not putting any confidence in anything that the government is proposing to do through this conglomerate of the port developers. We may not feel the loss of this with the bigger ships overnight. It'll take years before it'll really affect us. I'm not saying they. But every time you put this off, I'm sure the costs are going to be going up. Every year it probably costs more if you don't bite the bullet and bite the bullet and get it done. No. So I'm not after destroying anything, but I think, in all fairness, the public is not giving proper credit to the presentations, and the people can be held to the presentations. And they have done this over and over. They have hundreds, I wouldn't say hundreds, but dozens of ports under construction now, and I'm sure they have to do the same thing for a lot of them. Maybe some areas are not as concerned as others. They may not have the type of environment that we have, and I am not suggesting that we should destroy our environment, because I believe that is the key attraction that we have here for divers, at least. So I think we just need to be fair. I think if we lose this opportunity, we'll never have that opportunity again. And I think they've worked on this long enough that they should know what they're doing at this time. And I'm not saying that I'm pro the port, other than I'm pointing out the pros and cons that we will face if we don't have it. I'm not saying it's the ideal place to put it, but they have proven that they can build ports in areas like that. I was a bit concerned about what could happen in a northwester or a hurricane. I don't want to see the concrete pile up on Hogside Bay either. From that, they had a port that withstood a Category 5 in the Bahamas recently. So I believe they're capable of doing something that will withstand the hurricane. And in all fairness, they need to be paid back, but they're not asking us to put up a penny. The two something that they're going to take from the head tax or travel tax, whatever you call it, to me is negligible. And after the 25 years, which is, I won't be around to see when it's paid, I'm sure, but at some point it'll be paid for, and we won't have to continue paying for it.
Yes.
They're going to design it, build it, maintain it, and everything else, and they don't have control over the port. I think we have an ideal agreement, which probably no other country has had the ability to convince the developers of how the government or how the country wanted it done. And I don't think they can do much more to satisfy any questions really that would be risky. And up to the last call, I heard them talking about dredging. They're not going to be doing the regular dredging. I agree that would ruin probably the whole island. But it is going to be done in a different way, mechanically. They're not going to be pumping a lot of milk into the water, as it were, from dredging. I'm not saying they're not going to get any, but they've explained if it gets too much turbidity in one area, they'll stop until they can control it, and they'll maybe go in another area and work in that area. So I think they're trying everything they can to make it work without damaging the environment.
Okay, caller, I want to thank you very much for your comments there. You had a lot to say, and I want to thank you. One of our listeners has written in and said, "Good morning, OC. I would like for the people of these islands to consider the results that we are having now with the traffic. I wonder if they could remember about the master ground transportation plan that was proposed by Mr. Linford Pearson years ago, and also the same port that was shot down by most of the people when the late Mr. Burke LaBush, when he was building it. If he had listened to most of the people in those days, we would not have that port today. And tell me, up to date, what has happened to the port? What kind of damage has it done?" So that was a question from one. That was a comment from one of our listeners as well. We're going to take a commercial break. When we return, the microphone definitely goes back to Ms. Teresa, because we do have one voice note that we will play, and then we really have to talk about this application for judicial review and the possible consequences of that, including those persons who have already voted by postal ballot, what impact it could possibly have on their vote as well. Folks, please stay tuned. For the Record, we'll be back shortly. Good morning and welcome back to For the Record. In the studio with me this morning, Ms. Teresa Pitcairn. One voice note, we're going to play that now, and then back to Ms. Teresa. Please, folks, please listen.
Yeah, good morning, AC and Miss Teresa. What I keep hearing now, right, is that they if they incur any damages while they're doing this port, while they're dredging and building this port, if they incur any damage while they're doing it, they can stop the project. Now, that is irreputable damages, even though when they start to do it, because they're going to be monitoring the silk and all that reach a certain level, and how much is a safe amount of silk is yet to be determined. But the real question is, I want to find out if anybody seen the contract that says, is it in written that they're going to stop this port once if it goes through, providing it goes through with the referendum, and think that they're going to stop this port while they're building if they incur any damages, and who gonna be there to say, well, okay, there's damages. Do we gonna need another referendum now to stop them, because we just say, well, okay, that's an amount of damages that is acceptable. So I just want to find out, is anybody seeing the contract? Is it written that they're gonna stop it when they incur any damages. Okay, thank you.
I want to thank that caller for that very astute observation there, and I can only say in relation to the monitoring of it, I would imagine that the Department of Environment here in the Cayman Islands would in some way be involved in whether or not outside monitors, independent monitors, will be engaged as well. And when I say independent, I say that quote unquote, because if you engage monitors to do that, someone has to pay them, and then people will question, well, you paying them, so they're going to basically say what you want them to say. So it would be important for them to be truly independent. Back to you, Ms. T, in relation to this application for judicial review. Several concerns that we have in that regard.
Yeah. So I'd like to make a comment in relation to what some of the past participants have contributed to the show. The idea of costs. This has been raised in a different context as well, in terms of the money government has spent in actually organizing this, whether or not ultimately someone else may have to be responsible other than the taxpayers. And this now merges with the other thought that I've been raising consistently on this talk show. When you don't have proper communication between the government and the people, this breeds a lot of suspicion, rightly or wrongly. And it's led us now to this referendum. Many people, as you know, I was just mentioning that the National Trust has requested information for the past 4 years. 4 years down the line now, they're taking this matter to the courts. Think about the cost, right? At some point in time, we have to be sensible about how we behave as leaders and how we treat our community, because, you know, folks have this view that their voices, their votes have no value, and that people are taken for granted. So that's one point I wanted to make. The other comment that I wanted to make was in relation to the postal vote. And someone, as I mentioned to you, spoke about whether or not invalids have the right to vote as well. I don't think that they have the right to vote when they don't have the mental capacity, and they can't transfer that right as an individual without the mental capacity to someone else to vote in their favor.
Precisely. And if that person is either voting by mobile vote, or if they have the ability to physically go to the polls, the presiding officer, who would be providing them with a ballot paper and giving them instructions in relation to the procedure, if that person is unable to communicate with the presiding officer, then that person will not be allowed to vote. Someone else cannot say, well,
this is how that person
is thinking,
would like
and
to
this
vote.
is how they would like to vote. That must be communicated, because the presiding officer, if the person is unable to vote without assistance, the presiding officer can assist that person in voting, but the presiding officer must act on the instructions of the voter themselves.
All right.
Now, the other question in relation to postal ballots, the process is already in place.
Yeah, so your question was whether or not this handful or group of folks that fall into this category, whether or not they can bring judicial review. That's something that we need to consider. I mean, is a disparate group? Is it a group that is organized? I don't know.
Could an individual do? If I have already
the Constitution gives you that.
Vote, if I have already cast my vote by post, it has gone in, right? And as a result of the decision for judicial review, that it is possible that the proceedings may be halted, right? And the information that the National Trust and others are seeking, that information comes out. It is quite possible that my vote may have been cast differently had I known this information at that point in time. So it really affects, if my vote has already been submitted and it will count later on after other information has been provided, I'm affected as well. So as an individual, could I have legal standing and provide some sort of amicus brief to the court in relation to my situation and that of others as well.
That is interesting, and as you know, amicus briefs are usually during an appeal process as opposed to at the beginning of a process. But that is something to be considered because it actually it will affect the decision that is ultimately taken if there are sufficient numbers. I mean, you and I might vote yes today, but after after new decision comes to our attention, we may want to vote in a different direction. So, that's also, and obviously too, you have on the section 19 of our Constitution, you have the right to bring a matter like that, to the courts. Yeah.
Because consideration has to be given as to, I don't know what the number of postal ballots that have been issued yet, what those numbers are, but
you see, that's the thing. No one considered these issues in a sensible way. And I didn't even know that the National Trust had started from 4 years ago to bring these matters to the government's attention. And this is not just the existing government, but the previous one as well. So we have to find a way to really try and resolve this, and it can't continue in this ad hoc way. And it's unfortunate that both the CPR and the National Trust has had to go to bring this matter under judicial review to answer some of the basic questions so that we make informed decisions.
But that was the basis for my question in relation to the timeliness of their application for judicial review, because from the time that the bill passed, I believe that the action should have been taken then, because, like you said, no one has taken into consideration the fact that we have gone ahead and we have issued postal ballots and people have already voted in that regard. Those votes cannot be discounted. Yes, they can't be discounted.
I was going to say, someone sent me a note that CPR sent 7 letters written to the Premier and the Cabinet. They had 5 meetings with Governor Roper. They had 3 meetings with the Elections Office, and CPR has provided over 25 press releases for over the last year. So, I mean, our leadership has to be responsible here. I know,
everybody has to take responsibility.
So and when you spend the amount of money that has been spent, folks have to realize that money don't grow on tree, right? And they have to be responsible for the decisions that they make and how they go about doing it. My personal view, to get past all of the drama, is to find some consensus, because this will only continue to polarize the community. Find a consensus that makes sense. The point taken.
And like I said, sorry for interrupting. Like I said, at the end of the day, answers are going to have to be given to the people one way or the other. Yeah. Who are affected either by having a cruise berthing facility or not having it.
And I haven't seen, I've sent some texts since we've been on the show, and I've been asking someone to send me a copy of the current agreement. And every response that I've received thus far is that what they have is all dated. So when folks refer to this agreement that's been agreed, the people who have been running these matters, and bringing it, to the public, they don't seem to have a current copy of what the government has agreed. So I don't know.
And was there something that was said in that regard that nothing would be agreed to until after? Is it before the referendum or after the referendum? I'm not sure. Just want to share something quickly as well. This one says, OC, the maximum dredge is 20 feet closer to the shore. Moving to nil further out, there is no 46-foot hole being dredged. The dredge will be mechanical, and over 90% of the material dredged is sand. A small percentage is silt. Georgetown Harbor has been dredged several times, particularly when the port was built in the 1970s. That was a person's comment. We're over the time, but I want to give you an opportunity for some final comments, Ms. Teresa.
No, I'm good. For me, as we evolve as a more matured community, and it's good that we're having this conversation. And as I said to you on the previous show, it's great to see how many people are involved in actually thinking about what is in the best interest of the community. We seem to have gotten past that thing about Caymanian this and Caymanian that, or anti-Cayman. We're just focusing on an issue to try and find out what works best for the island. That's positive.
Yes. Folks, I want to thank you for allowing Radio Cayman, and by extension for the record, into your homes, into your vehicles, as you traverse the busy roads of the Cayman Islands, into your places of work, whether it be an office cubicle or if you're working in the outdoors. I also want to remind you that we are our brothers and our sisters' keepers. There is always someone out there who's less fortunate than we are, and I ask you to extend a helping hand to them. If you can't do that, then I suggest you donate to a worthy charity, because we always want to consider those who need, not necessarily those who want, or even those who crave. I say to you, have a great day. Continue to support your radio station, Radio Cayman. Join Sterling Dwayne Ebanks at 12:15 for talk today. And as usual, we ask the good Lord to bless these 3 beautiful, wonderful Cayman Islands that we all seek to preserve, some using ways other than others, but we all love these 3 islands, and this is home to all of us. Some of us were born here, some of us will die here as well. This is home to us, and we love it, and we must preserve it, come what may.
Did you know that planning permission is required for a shed? Did you know you should check with the department, as a planning and permit application may be required? Did you know planning permission is required to clear land by mechanical means? You should check with the department, as a planning and permit application may be required. Did you know that planning permission is required for an addition, alteration, or any material change to your house? The 10% rule no longer exists. Did you know you should check with the department, as a planning and permit application may be required? Did you know your mailing address details on your land register must be up to date in order to receive notices on new development which may impact you? Visit Lands and Survey Department to check your mailing address is correct. Did you know that walls, fences located along the road require planning permission no matter the height? You should check with the department, as a planning and permit application may be required. Did you know that fences and walls within the high water setback require planning permission no matter the height? You should check with the department, as a planning and permit application may be required. Did you know that a trellis structure requires planning permission? You should check with the department as a planning and permit application may be required. Did you know that a deck more than 6 inches above finished grade requires planning permission? Did you know you should check with the department as a planning and permit application may be required? Did you know that planning permission is required for a sign? Did you know you should check with the department as a planning and permit application may be required? Did you know you should check with the department before leasing a property or unit for a business as a planning and permit application may be required?
Boating, fishing, and water sports in the Cayman Islands are great, but keep a cool head. Here are 7 tips for fun and safe sea outings. Number 1. Use a checklist to plan your outing. Check the weather forecast, make a float plan, and share it with someone who is remaining on land, stating where you're going, with whom, and when you're expected to return. Visit your nearest marine supply store to get your safety gear. This includes signaling mirrors, whistles, and a flare kit. It's also very important to have onboard flotation devices and life vests for each person. There are different types of vests. Some are for water sport activities such as snorkeling, and others are for going on offshore boating or on fishing trips. Number 2. These items can be lifesavers in case of an accident or bad weather. Number 3. Use a motor kill switch, especially if you're boating alone. In case of a leak or breakdown, always stay with the boat until help arrives. If you capsize, an emergency beacon or locator device can send a distress signal to inform the authorities of your location. Larger flares will indicate distress to a boat, airplane, or search and rescue officials. Number 4. In addition to sunscreen, food, and beverages, it would be smart to have a cell phone. Make sure your marine radio works. Cayman boaters use Channel 16 to communicate. Number 5. Also, don't forget your anchor and sufficient rope. Number 6. Boat operators should be familiar with the local waters and reefs, as well as the capabilities and functions of the vessels they are using. Always obey the rules of the sea and the marine environment, and have courtesy for others. Number 7. Alcohol and salt water do not mix, especially if you're the captain. Some useful contact numbers are 911. The RCIPS Marine Base is 649-7710, and the Port Authority is 949-2055. Smooth sailing, all!
Join Donna Bush weekdays at 6 p.m. for the CIGTV News Update. Get the latest on what's happening in government on a daily basis. News Update first at 6 p.m.
The Department of Environmental Health provides residential garbage collection services to an estimated 14,000 Cayman Islands households each week. You may wonder how it is that our collectors are able to adequately cover these routes given our limited resources. The answer partly depends on you. By making sure that your garbage is appropriately packaged and easily accessible to our collectors, you will aid the pickup process and ensure efficient garbage collections. Here are a few valuable tips that will steer you in the right direction. Place bagged garbage into your garbage container on the evening before your scheduled pickup day. Bags should weigh less than 40 pounds and garbage containers should have a maximum capacity of 33 gallons. Or collectors will not collect garbage bags and bins that are too heavy. Only use garbage containers constructed from sturdy materials such as metal or plastic. Your garbage container must also have a tightly fitted cover and easy to grip handles. To avoid spillage and limit access to animals, we also recommend that you store garbage bins inside an enclosure. A single garbage enclosure should have minimum dimensions of 2 feet 6 inches by 2 feet 6 inches. All enclosures should be a minimum of 6 inches from the ground. Any enclosure that is higher than 3 feet tall must have a door. Or collectors are unable to collect the garbage if the enclosure is too high. Place garbage containers or enclosures at the front or side of the property in an area that is easily accessible to the collectors. Our collectors will not pick up any items that are outside the trash container. Please remember to return garbage containers to the enclosure or its original position as soon as possible after collection has taken place. Avoid placing the following items in your household garbage containers: construction and demolition debris, vegetative and household hazardous waste, bulk waste items, hot coals, and grease. You may bring these items to the Georgetown landfill, which is located at Seymour Drive and open from 7:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Monday to Saturdays. You can also take small quantities of garbage to the 24-hour drop-off site located at the entrance of the landfill. Always pour plenty of water on hot coals to make sure they are completely out before disposing of them inside the landfill. The DEH provides free curbside bulk waste pickup once per year. Bulk items may include old furniture and appliances, tires, and metal items. Place bulk items out on the curbside once the DEH has announced its annual bulk waste pickup schedule. You may, however, hire DEH to pick up your bulk waste throughout the year at a cost of $75 per load. When you follow these tips, you will help to maintain the efficiency of the DEH collections program. For more information on proper waste handling or to report uncollected garbage, please give us a call at 949-6696 or send an email to dehcustomerservice@gov.ky.
Do you have a business in the tourism industry? The Cayman Islands Department of Tourism wants you to get listed on their website. Visit CaymanIslands.com. It's absolutely free and will give your business added exposure on the #1 visited tourism site for the Cayman Islands. Learn more and get listed at www.visitcaymanislands.com/sign up. That's www.visitcaymanislands.com/sign up. Deadline is August 15th for all submissions. Don't wait. Sign up today.
Wait for me, baby. Wait for my life. Wait for the pleasure.
Yeah. And what, so you want to do it again?
Yeah.
From there then.
And you make me smile.
sorry. Doesn't Paul do the flute in it?
Yeah, Paul does flute.
Nice.
Every time.
Open invitation.
Oh, that's yeah. That's like a, I guess it says what it is. It's like sending a gift card out there going, hey, I'm free, I'm single, I'm free, come get me. Just, it's something like that.
So I guess you were single when you were...
Yeah, okay, we'll go with it.
He's never single.
Someday I'm gonna find you. I wish you upon a star.
Please be seated. We pick up where we left off now with HES 18, Counseling and Support Services for $3,814,264 in 2020 and $814,254 in 2021. Are there any questions? All those in favor of HES 18, Counseling and Support Services, $3,814,264 in 2020 and $3,814,264 in 2021, standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye. Those against, no. Ayes have it. HES 21, Environmental Services and Research, $6,418,939 in 2020, $6,435,947 in 2021. Questions? All in favor of HES 21, Environmental Services and Research, $6,418,939 in 2020, $6,435,947 in 2021. Standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. HEA 2, Medical Care for Indigents, $10,971,005 in 2020 and 2021. Are there any questions? Member for Northside.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, isn't this the vote that we spent some 27 or 29 million that we had to get supplementary vote for in 2019?
Member,
it says here 15 million, but
yeah, no, remember, I think that what you're referring to is NGS 55.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but that's where I think you're looking at. Tertiary care at local and overseas institutions.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. I have some concerns about the primary care, and I know that it seems like it only relates to HSA, but I want to find out what kind of primary care is going to be delivered in the district clinics.
Mr. Chair, I'll allow the CEO
Member?
to respond to this question.
Good afternoon, Lizette Yearwood, Chief Executive Officer of the Health Services Authority. Through you, Mr. Chairman, may I ask the member to please restate his question?
This vote deals with primary care for indigents. But when you look at the quantity, there is no reference of delivering primary care for indigents in the district clinics. And I'm just wondering if that's a policy now that there's not going to be any continuation or expansion of the primary care provided in the district clinics.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the indigent care is a comprehensive benefit model for all of the individuals in that program. And primary care is predominantly delivered at the district health centers, which involves the full gamut. So we have the general practitioners that have clinics at the district centers. We do various screenings. And then more recently, in order to decongest the services at the HSA, we're also sending other specialist services as well at the district clinics in order to be able to allow those services to be better accessible by the public.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, what is the waiting period now for appointments for specialist clinics at the hospital?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are continuously working to try to reduce the waiting time because, to be honest, it can be up to 4 weeks for some specialists. However, we have done as much as we can with the current space that we have available, and what we will be doing in the coming year is to expand our specialist services to the Smith Road Center in order to have more physical space in order to be able to do more clinics. So this is something that we are focused on. The medical director and the deputy medical director are working to try to increase the access that's available to the patients at the specialist clinic.
And what is the waiting time for appointments for the dental clinic?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is one dentist that's available all day for walk-ins. So that individual can be seen on that day. However, if you want to see a specific dentist, the waiting time is longer depending on the popularity of that dentist. But if you have a toothache, you can see somebody today because we have one dentist that is designated to be the walk-in person for the entire day.
But that is confined to what you would define as emergencies, not just walk in. I mean, I can walk in and get treated if it's an emergency. I'm having toothache, I got a bleeding tooth, but I just can't walk in to get a root canal or a partial plate done.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, the member is correct. The emergency services would be a temporary fix for that problem, and then you would be booked into a clinic then to have the comprehensive scope of work done. But again, you can access the dentist if it's just a matter of getting the first available. You can access somebody on a much quicker basis than having a specific dentist of your choice. Sometimes that's a little bit more challenging.
So when you say quicker, is that in 1 month as opposed to 3 months, or 1 day as opposed to 3 days?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, sometimes that can be within 2 weeks. However, if you can be kind of on call, if you can put down your name on a waiting list, sometimes there'll be a cancellation and they can get you in a couple of days. But I would say it's reasonable to expect that it would be at least a 2-week wait for a specific dentist that you would like to see.
Through you, Mr. Chair, but this has been ongoing at the dental clinic for at least close to a decade now. And every year, as you would be aware, there are standards, rule of thumb, so to speak, that if you have to book appointments 2 weeks, a month in advance, it usually means you must hire somebody. You can safely hire another staff member because they will generate the revenue to pay. Why is the shortage of dentists continuing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't necessarily say it's correct to say that there's a shortage of dentists, but we have a shortage of space. So we have expanded out into Bodden Town and West Bay in order to increase the capacity, and we will also be having a clinic in the Smith Road Centre as well. That should be in place by the end of next year because that takes a little bit more work as far as the fit out is concerned. And we also are going to be hiring, I think it's just one more dentist and an orthodontist this year as well, again to increase the capacity. But even if we hire more dentists now, we just don't have the physical space for them to be able to see patients. So I think that, it is something that is being addressed. I appreciate that it has been a problem for quite some time. And just as soon as we're almost fixing it, because we've expanded out into the district clinics, the population increases, so the demand increases. So it always is something that we have to try to keep abreast. But the infrastructure has been a limiting factor, and that is something that will be addressed in this budget period.
But to you, Mr. Chairman, I don't understand the space limitations. The current dental clinic has 3 surgeries, and it was designed to radially expand to 6 by simply extending the wall, because all the plumbing, all the electrical, everything else is in a 12-inch pipe ready to be connected to 3 more chairs. I can't imagine that it is more expensive to go out and build clinic somewhere else than it is to expand that when you have all of the support services in-house.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the current location of the dental clinic, we are already at maximum capacity.
I'm not talking about the capacity of the existing clinic, but the clinic was designed to double the surgeries by simply putting up 3 walls and extending the roof, because all of the electrical, plumbing, vacuum, oxygen gases, everything is in a 12-inch pipe with a screw-on thing put there, because I specifically designed it that way.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the building there that is in place is probably in excess of 15, 20 years. So I'm sure there's some limitations to that infrastructure. And we just had a comprehensive master facility plan that was completed, and that wasn't an option for that particular building. So it needs to be expanded, and not that particular building, because it would take some significant amount of work to be able to expand that. Plus, if you are going to expand that building upward, you would have to relocate the surgeries, because you can't build on top a building that you're already
Mr. Chairman,
providing services out of.
The good lady is not understanding what I'm saying. I am saying that the building was specifically designed so that when the demand arose, you could double the surgeries simply by extending the building towards the parking lot. The space was left there when the parking lot was designed. The space is still there. All of the expensive stuff in building that is all snubbed off on the outside wall in a 12-inch pipe. So I don't know whether you're not aware of that, and whether your master planning did not take that into consideration or anything else. But it would be very difficult to convince me that it is more economical or even cheaper to go and develop clinics somewhere else when you have that option there. But anyway, I guess that's. I'm finished, Mr. Chairman.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In respect to HEA 2, medical care for indigents, can the HSA, their CEO, say whether or not they offer counseling services through this option? Like if when people come in, they're sick, and you can see that they're going through a lot of stress and the like, do they do any counseling offerings through this, or how does that work?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't get the first part of that question. Would the member please repeat?
For persons who are indigent patients who are having difficulties, maybe the blood pressure is high but they can't afford it, or we can see that it's related to other factors like stress at work or problems with the husband or wife or kids or what have you. Do you guys offer counseling services as well through this program?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if we identify an individual who requires counseling services, what we will do is refer them to that relevant service. They don't do counseling then and there. They will be referred to the relevant counseling services.
Do you know how many referrals you get in respect to stuff that needs counseling?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have that information at the tip of my finger right now, but I can undertake to get you the numbers.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I see that we still have the officers from the counseling center still here. I don't know if they could assist with the numbers.
Mr. Chair, we will allow the question, but the member missed the vote on this. But so,
Which particular segment then are you suggesting that he missed, that was missed under? Are we discussing HES?
Mr. Chair, they're suggesting that because I missed HES 18, I see the officer just indicated to the minister that I missed that area, so I'm assuming, suggesting I'm asking relevant questions. But in respect to indigent care, the question was relevant to whether those persons were offered counseling services. So I think it's a relevant
That's what
question.
I thought, yeah.
Judith Seymour, Director, Department of Counseling Services. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think the member's question was specific to referrals for persons who may be suffering when they appear at the hospital. There are two systems that people can be referred through. The hospital does have their own mental health outpatient service, so I'm not certain how many people would get referred to their service versus ours. I'm not sure how they make that determination. I don't have the numbers available as to who necessarily is referred from the hospital. People may not even say that when they present.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so you guys don't get direct referrals from the HSA?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we do. What I'm saying is that I don't necessarily have those numbers tracked for you available today. And what I don't know is how many patients of the total number of patients presenting at the HSA, how many or what percentage of those referrals would be streamlined to us versus what are handled by the mental health outpatient system.
Thank you. I want to say I appreciate the fact that I did miss your line item already and that you're offering your opportunity to speak to me. And Mr. Chair, if you would allow, this area is a very sensitive area to me, and it's an area where, based on that line item, I see the numbers of persons taking counseling has increased in every single area. And I'm worried that with the added stress of what Caymanians are going through with cost of living and the burdens and stuff, have you seen a trend amongst all the different counseling that more people are having problems that they have to come to you to address those things? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Mr. Chairman, through you, yes, I would say that, sir. The department historically was primarily a substance abuse treatment center, and I would say that in the last certainly 5 years, we have seen an increase in the number of people who are presenting either at risk of harm to self, who are expressing backgrounds with trauma, those kinds of relationship difficulties, those kinds of issues. And so we have staffed ourselves up accordingly, where we are now more adequately prepared to deal with those types of issues. The substance abuse issues seem to be sort of dropping in comparison.
That's good.
Well,
thank you again for your leniency in respect to this matter. Do they give you any key indicators? Because what I'm trying to track as a legislator and for this honorable committee is things that burdensome? Are you seeing things like worried about work stress? Are they worried about, they can't get on for finances? Because that can be related to other things that we do as legislators. Now, relationship and substance abuse are more kind of a personal decision. So I'm trying to see whether there's any key indicators of increase in that from your professional opinion.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, they're not necessarily identifying financial stress as a primary reason for their presentation at our offices.
So would you say it's more so than for probably just the numbers are increasing because the population are increasing?
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask the member to repeat the question, please. Sorry.
What I was trying to establish was what are the common things that is causing more people to come? Because obviously, like you said, there's different reasonings. You have substance abuse, relationship. Do you find a lot of people coming for, oh boy, you know, I'm so stressed out because of work pressures and financial pressures, which are things that are related to the decisions we make as legislators?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I think primarily, like I was indicating before, it's more trauma-related, domestic violence, relationship issues. But to answer your question, obviously we know that things like financial stress contributes to relationship challenges. So it's very hard to pick it apart and give you a specific percentage or numbers, but I think that I can make a general statement that there are issues that are more related to personal life situations.
So through you, Mr. Chair, would you say they're all interlinked then?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Thank you so much for your assistance. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
Are there any further questions on HEA 2?
Mr. Chairman, just a comment. I thought I'd liven things up a little bit. I guess what she's saying indirectly is that the economy is so good that she can say with a high degree of confidence that there's minimal amount, if any, financial stress. Seems like a fair assessment.
All in favor of HEA 2?
Mr. Chair, I apologize. The Honourable Minister opened up a door that forced me to ask one more question, because I want to be true to the line of questioning. And through you, Mr. Chair, is there a possibility that the numbers, based on all the line items that you're responsible for, which is counseling services, all of them are increasing? But could that just simply be because the population is increasing, which gives a higher probability that more people per person, like say for instance, if you do every 50 persons, usually have one person who's doing counseling. So therefore, if you add another 3,000, there's going to be a probability. Would that be fair?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, obviously, yes, that could be a possibility. We have not done an analysis of that, but that is a strong likelihood that as the population has increased, so too would the number of people who are presenting. I think the other thing that could be responsible for that is people are more aware of our services and are making more use of them.
Thank you. I'll just ask for one request, and you can do this outside of this Honorable House and directly to me, because I know our population of Caymanians are not increasing that much. We may be having a lot more population by way of work permits, so the numbers shouldn't really increase. So the question would be, and you can send it to me another time, is where is this increase? Because I don't think we offer these services to non-Caymanians, do we?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we offer services to residents of the Cayman Islands.
Okay, thank you so much.
All in favor of HEA 2, medical care for indigents, $10,971,005 in 2020, $10,971,005 in 2021. Standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye. Those against, no. Ayes have it. HEA 6, medical services in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, $3,783,158 in 2020, $3,783,158 in 2021. Are there any questions?
My only concern, Mr. Chairman, would be is that the budget is the same from 2019, and I know there has to be some increase in demand in services for 2020 and 2021 because of the aging population as well as the growth in population. So them numbers don't mean anything. But the budget is the same as it was for 2019. I mean the exact same amount. No, that's not possible, right? For 2020, and it's the exact same amount for 2021. The cost of corned beef alone gone up.
Lizette Yearwood, Chief Executive Officer of the Health Services Authority. Through you, Mr. Chairman, the budget for the medical services in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman is an operation loss. So therefore, any additional services would be paid through the self-based system. So we would have been attracting revenue in addition to this.
So you're suggesting that your revenue in Cayman Brac is going to go up in 2020 and 2021 sufficient to offset any increase in costs? And what about the services? Again,
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct. Our services have actually expanded in scope in the Sister Islands and in Little Cayman. We now have the second nurse based in Little Cayman, so that allows a better scope of services there for the residents and visitors of that island. And also in Cayman Brac, we have expanded our services in the emergency room up until 11 o'clock at night. We have another doctor who is there based at the hospital until 11 o'clock at night, and then after that on call. And we are constantly improving the services there. Right now, we're in the process of building a purpose-built facility for to move our materials management into, in addition to expanding our physiotherapy services, because certainly with the aging population, as you have identified, there is a need for additional physiotherapy services and otherwise. And we're actually in the process of recruiting a replacement doctor that will be able to do internal medicine, because we do have a number of older patients that require investigations for, you know, their medical systems, and we will be hiring a medical specialist, an internist. So we are improving the services irrespective of this budget expanding, because we are also expanding in our revenue.
so what services are you going to increase in Cayman Brac to drive the revenue to do all those things you just named out?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, may I ask the member to please repeat that question?
I said, what services are you going to increase to drive the revenue? Because your numbers are not increasing. So you must be increasing prices if you're going to get increased revenue.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the services are there, and the services are being paid for. There are individuals that will be seeking the services there that also have private insurance. So if you have additional surgeries and additional complexities in the patients that you're being seen, obviously the revenue will be increasing as well.
So the ratio of people having private insurance in Cayman Brac is higher than the ratio of people in Cayman having private insurance. That's driving your revenue over there, because your revenue here not doing so good. You're losing money.
So you, Mr. Chairman, no, that's not what I'm saying to the member. What I'm saying is that we have revenue, but we have revenue through private insurance as well as Cynical in the BRAC.
But you have the same thing here, right? In Cayman.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'll be watching
Deputy
it.
Premier, I'm coming back to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to take the opportunity to thank CEO for being here. I also want to thank all the work that's done at Faith Hospital in Cayman Brac and the nurses station in Little Cayman. I depend on it. We depend on it. And we certainly respect and compliment you on the services that's offered. Can you confirm that the actual services that you provide, that you've just explained, have grown considerably? If this budget is not correct, you will put in for a supplementary, but the services that are offered to the people themselves will not be in any way jeopardized?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. The services have expanded in scope over the last year, and there is nothing that we are looking to reduce as a result of the output being static.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, one of the very positive, life-saving operations that have taken place in Cayman Bracken, Little Cayman is the advent of the helicopter service, which has been noted to have probably saved 4 or 5 lives because of the emergency service. Is the policy going to be to continue that service this year and also strengthen it as far as the service that you're now using the helicopter for in Little Cayman?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, this past year, we formalized that arrangement with the Royal Cayman Islands Police. We put an SLA in place in order to make sure that we have more reliable access to the helicopter. And we still continue to work with Cayman Airways as well in regards to bringing medical evacuees down here, because there are times when the RCIPS helicopter isn't available, and so it's good to have the option to be able to call on Cayman Airways from time to time as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
For Northside, I said I'd come back to you, sir. And then.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I know we took the vote on the medical care for indigent, but I don't think I really got an answer to the question about the under budgeting of 50%. I was asking why the numbers were down, and I was told it was be on another subhead. But that one is budgeted down by 50%. That is the medical care for indigent. So I don't know if they have the answer for that. You're not gonna, you can't spend less than 50% less this year than you spent last year on indigent care. Got to be putting the books in the pressure cooker.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the cost of this output is driven by demand and the complexity of the patients that are in that group. And the total cost of providing this output has continued to increase from year to year, as a member has identified. And I'm sure that you will recall that from time to time we need to come back to this Honourable House for a supplementary budget in order to compensate for any overages, because it is not a static group of people. These persons are often placed on the indigent output for a short term because they have an acute illness or even a catastrophic illness, and therefore it's very difficult to be able to anticipate exactly what the complexity of those illnesses will be. But yes, you've identified that, and that is correct. From time to time we have to come back for additional because the budget allocation is not sufficient.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would like to know what statistical basis or what evidence has come forward that allows us to bring a budget for medical care for indigents that is 50% less than it was last year, when we had to come back last year and increase it. So, I mean, are you telling me that they're going to be, you have evidence that there's going to be less indigents needing less care in 2020 and 2021? And again, it's the same number for 2020 and 2021.
Through you, Mr. Chairman,
there has to be some evidence for these numbers.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think this is a discussion that we have every time we meet for Finance Committee, because we recognize that this number is very difficult to predict and often is, under budgeted, with the understanding that there will probably have to be a supplementary. I mean, we talk about this every year, and I think that, it is recognized that this is a population that is, it is complex. They have many acute illnesses. And we no doubt will be coming back for a supplementary if it goes over the allocation. Because what I just want to point out as well is that the allocation that we have in the output is supplemented by the Standard Health Insurance Fund that we spoke about yesterday. That also supplements that allocation. So once we go over those two numbers, then it will require a supplementary.
Mr. Chairman, this is a comment. This one, I agree with the member from Northside in terms of budgeting, but from an EPS standpoint, from an entire public sector standpoint, this is where they call spaghetti around the plate between two government entities buying or selling services between each other. So at some point, yes, it's revenue to HSA, is an expense of government, and it goes both ways. At the end of the day, eliminate on consolidation. The one I think which we're going to be more worried about will be NGS 55, which we'll deal with later on now. But this one, in essence, just for the comfort of members, this is HSA related care. So at the end of the day, this is what the government is paying to HSA, and it's revenue for them. It's an expense to the central government, and this will wash in the grand scheme because this is all internal to the public service. So yes, the number is under, but in the grand scheme of managing an overall risk system, the most we'll do is come back down here later and vote money for the government to pay another government department. So it is really what it is.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the member is right, and I thank him for that. One of the things that I wanted to mention is that we're under constant discussions about this HEA2 and the NGS 55. As Minister of Health, I've been actively trying to find a capitated model, which some may have known about already. I think we've discussed it in this House. And even with the HSA, I'm under discussions about this internal government-to-government transaction, trying to ensure that we find a way to cap the amount of funds that we pay to HSA per annum, being it's an internal government-to-government. For example, the same amount of cost that it costs another agency to do business with the HSA. I'm trying to find a way to ensure that the government is not paying the same amount. So there's some discussions ongoing with the board and with the HSA to try to find a way to curb the rise in costs on this HEA2, and the same for NGS 55. It is not a simple situation to deal with, and as the CEO alluded to earlier, we pray that the numbers don't get up to where they're at, but this will all take measures such as wellness programs and so forth to try to bring the cost down and try to stabilize it a bit.
All in favor of HEA 6, medical services to Cayman Brac, in Cayman Brac and Little. So, member for Georgetown Central, please go ask your questions.
Sorry. I just want to say, make sure you take care of Cayman Brac for me, please.
All in favor of HEA 6, medical services in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, $3,783,158 in 2020, $3,783,158 in 2021. Standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. HEA 10, ambulance services, $2,547,293 in 2020 and 2021. Are there any questions? Member for Northside.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I wonder if I could get an explanation for a transport refusal. You have in the budget here that you expect between 400 and 600 transport refusals by the ambulance. What is that? That when you send the ambulance to somebody and they refuse to get into it?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. There are times when, for example, the ambulance is called to a motor vehicle accident and the ambulance will respond, but when they get there on the scene, they evaluate the patient. The patient says, I feel okay, I will either go to the hospital myself or I'll take care of the problem, and they do refuse to go to the hospital. But there is still a cost that is related to that. The team has to go out, the ambulance has to go out, so there is a minimal cost that's applied to that response.
the Health Insurance Commissioner here now. Do you recover any of this money from private health insurance where people buy coverage for ambulance services? Do you clean from the insurance company?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct. If the individual has private insurance and does use the ambulance, then that private insurance is charged for that cost. However, if the individual refuses, then it will go to this output for that minimal charge, just to have the team and the vehicle respond to the call.
All in favor of HEA 10, ambulance services, $2,547,293,000 in 2020 and $2,547,293 in 2021, standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. HEA 11, services at district health clinics, $2,242,947 in 2020 and 2021. Are there questions? Member for Northside.
To you, Mr. Chairman, why are we budgeting a reduction in physician home visits in the district clinics?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure where the member is getting that information in regards to the reduction, because the services are continuing to be at the same level.
Chairman, trust me, I'm not making it up. Page 195, HEA 11, and the P&E. 2019, number of physician home visit sessions, 388. 2020, 245 to 285. To 385, that's less. 2021, same thing, 245 to 385. Number of nurse home visits, 3,354. 2020, maximum 3,350. 2021, maximum 3,350.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, those numbers are from the actuals that we are seeing currently. So that is the uptake of that service at the moment that we have anticipated the numbers that has been budgeted for.
Again, Mr. Chairman, I have to ask. In every one of these districts, the population is growing. The demand for services is growing. Why are we budgeting for 2020 and 2021 less than actual 2019?
Mr. Chairman, through you, we're not budgeting to reduce the number of services. That is the uptake that we're anticipating. So the same number, we have a static cost for the district clinics because we continue to offer the services whether or not the patients are coming to the clinic. So we have the physician that will go out, and whether 2 patients come to the clinic or 15 patients come to the clinic, that service is still made available.
Mr. Chairman, we're not talking about that. We're talking about numbers of physicians' home visits. That has nothing to do with number of patients who come to the clinic. Now, I know the reason, is because you cut them back. Because you cut them back in my community. And the nurses was no longer allowed to go out and visit people, etc., and help them with their medications and all that kind of stuff. And we can't do bandages, we can't dress wounds.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I think the issue in regards to the dressing clinic arose at one point in time because there was a concern that patients were going to the clinic and requesting to have their wounds dressed and not having seen a physician. So from time to time, the nurse will request the physician to see the wound just to make sure there's no other medical intervention that's necessary. But as far as the number of physicians that go to the clinic, that number has not changed. And in fact, it will be increased if the demand of the clinics increase. We will put additional doctor clinics there as well. So we are committed to providing the service that the patients of the districts require, because this output is operating lost, and therefore we will be able to adjust it as necessary from year to year. But right now we feel that the capacity is sufficient to be able to serve the population and the demand that we're seeing at the eastern districts.
Mr. Chairman, through you, is there any, included in this budget, is there any plans to increase the services to the Northside District Clinic, particularly to deal with the matter of dementia?
Mr. Chairman, through you, there were a number of our family practitioners that were actually trained to be able to take care of these patients. I think there were 3 last year that was trained specifically to be able to take care of patients with dementia, because we are seeing a number that are presenting in the clinics, and they will be rotating through the districts to provide services as well. As you know, dementia is a very complex diagnosis, a very sad diagnosis, and sometimes as much as we can do for them, it really doesn't have a lot of positive outcome, but we are empathetic, especially to the families that have to encounter patients with dementia, and we do everything that we can in order to support them and also to support the patients to ensure that their safety is always looked after.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, how many times per week can I expect one of your GPs who's trained to deal with dementia to be at the Northside Clinic?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I will need to look at the schedule, but I'm sure that at least once a week you'll have somebody who is coming to the clinic that can be able to help that population. And especially if there is, if the patients book in, we will make sure that they will book for the physician who has added experience. All of the family practitioners can take care of the patients with dementia as far as maintenance is concerned, but from time to time you want them to see a neurologist to make sure that they're on the correct medication regime. You will want them to see a psychiatrist from time to time as well. But as far as the maintenance of the treatment for dementia, the family practitioners are able to do that. However, it is better if you have somebody who is focused, who is a little bit more, equipped to be able to look after that patient. We also have one of our psychiatrists who is now training overseas to be, I think in other words, the psychiatrist is adding that level of experience as well to be able to look after patients with dementia and Alzheimer's.
How often will those specialists be available in the Northside Clinic?
Mr. Chairman, through you, as the specialists will be available as much as they're needed. So it depends on the demand. Obviously, the specialist cannot go out to the Northside Clinic and sit down and see 2 patients, but if the demand is there, we will be able to have that. If not, if there's just the 2 patients, I don't know what the number of Alzheimer's patients are, we can certainly have that access, whether it's through another facility or even on a visiting basis. So if the demand is there, Honourable Member, we will make sure that the need is provided, the care is provided.
How many doctors' clinic sessions will there be at the Northside District Clinic on a weekly basis?
Mr. Chairman, through you, there are 3 physician sessions that's available at the Northside Clinic per week.
Can I be told what days they are?
Mr. Chairman, through you, there is a doctor's clinic all day Friday and then on Tuesday morning. So a 4-hour session is considered, a 4-hour period is considered a session. So Friday then would be 2 sessions, and then Thursday mornings is an additional session. And then in addition to that, we have 1 session on Tuesday afternoons that is for home visits.
So they're not going to be any more home visits on a Friday afternoon?
Mr. Chairman, through you, the home visits are on Tuesday afternoons.
How many nurses' clinic sessions will be conducted at the Northside Clinic on a weekly basis?
Mr. Chairman, through you, the nurse is there Monday through Friday from 8 till 5, and then on Saturday from 8 till 12 or 1.
Is there any plans to hire a receptionist full-time for the Northside Clinic?
No, I don't think we have a receptionist. Mr. Chairman, through you, that is something that we're in discussion about in regards to the complement of services that are available at the district centres. But at this point in time, there is no immediate plans to do that.
So when there is no receptionist there, there is no access to the nurse because there's no method of payment or verification of payment, so nobody can get service.
Mr. Chairman, through you, that is something that we have addressed through, because, let me back up. In order to access, obviously you want to make sure that you verify how the patient's going to get paid. So there is an insurance verification process, but you don't have to be physically at the location to do that. So if the nurse needs assistance from the finance team to do that, they will call the business office and speak to the patient financial services and get the insurance verification if necessary.
How many child health clinic sessions is at the Northside Clinic on a weekly basis?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I don't have that information readily available right now, but I can undertake it and undertake to get that information. I believe that it is 1 session per week, but I'm really speaking off the top of my head. I don't have that documented to ensure that it's accurate.
How many postnatal clinic sessions?
Again, Mr. Chairman, I don't have that information readily accessible.
And your statistical evidence does not show any need to increase any of these services at the Northside District Clinic?
Mr. Chairman, through you, based on the analysis that we have done, we believe that the services that are available now to the district clinic is meeting the need of the population, but if that changes, we can certainly adjust it.
And through you, that would be the same for East End, who has similar services as Northside?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct.
What about the Bordentown Clinic? What they have now is adequate for them too, right?
Mr. Chairman, through you, the Bordentown district is one that is increasing in population size. Thank you. And that is an area where we are seeing a lot of uptake. There's a lot of demand on both Bodentown and the West Bay Clinic. And we are in the process of addressing that because, as you know, when Hurricane Ivan came through, we had flooding in that district clinic, and that is something that we are addressing this budget cycle as well.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the witness, can you tell me exactly how many clinic sessions we have in Bodentown per week?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I am pretty confident that we have a physician that is based at the Bodentown Clinic Monday through Friday. In addition to the general practitioners, we have visiting specialists. We have the pediatrician who visits the OBGYN, and there are other specialist services that visit on a regular basis as well. And again, this is really to improve accessibility and to decongest the Georgetown Hospital because you know, those individuals are or would have normally come to the Georgetown to access the specialist services, but we want to try to improve access out to the district clinics. We also have a dentist that is based also at the Bodentown Clinic. I think it's I think that is 4 sessions per week.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the witness. I was just looking at the quantity. I'm trying to determine like the 3,450 to 5,500. Is that actual patient visit or is that actual hours? Are we measuring hours or are we measuring numbers?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I'll check what those numbers, but according to my analysis, the Bodentown Clinic saw 10,228 patients in 2018, with an average number of 39 patients per day at the Bodentown Clinic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, because the reason I was actually asking the question is that I was looking at the district clinic visits, the stats, and for 2018 it was 38,299. So I recognize that we're looking at output, so I was wondering how is this measured? Because, I mean, if you're talking about just all the clinics across the island, you take even 5 days a week, you multiply them out times 52 weeks or whatever, you'll get nowhere close to that number. So that's the reason I was asking if it's actually hours, because, I mean, this would just be next to almost impossible.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I believe that number is encounters. So if one patient goes a multiple number of times to the clinic, then that would be reflected in that number, whereas what I'm talking about are the number of patients that were accessing the clinic.
Well, if it's the patients that are actually, and so I really need to understand this number, because if it's patients that are accessing the clinic, according to this in Grand Cayman alone, again, going back to the 2018 stats, we're looking at close to 38,000. And if you add all of these metrics up, even on the I side, you're not getting closer to 38,000. So I'm trying to understand what this metric is actually measuring. And the only one that actually seems to make sense is really, I guess, the hours spent, because you were saying that like one session being 4 hours or whatever.
Mr. Chairman, through you, sir, while she's looking at those numbers, could you give me the West Bay numbers out of that
please, because I noticed that the West Bay is not on this list. Locations, I see Northside, Bordentown, East End, and Georgetown, no West Bay. Why are you giving those figures? Could you, by any chance, give me what those figures are for West Bay as well?
Or is it that West Bay is missing? Because that would make the numbers add up, not sure. To the 38,000 or 37,000.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I don't have the numbers for West Bay. We don't currently have an output for West Bay because West Bay generates enough revenue in order to be able to pay for itself. And therefore, it doesn't have an operating loss and doesn't require an output. But I can undertake to get you the patient visits for West Bay nonetheless. Can you write that down? Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, just in the interest of time, because if we're trying to get to the 37,000 and West Bay isn't included, and we add up the numbers, I mean, if we were to take maybe what Bordentown numbers is, then maybe I think we probably will get closer to the numbers. So that's fine. I think West Bay being excluded is part of the reason why these numbers don't tie. So that's fine.
All in favor of HEA 11, services at district health clinics, $2,242,947 in 2020 and $2,242,947 in 2021. Standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. Ayes have it. HEA 12, mental health services, $3,481,204 in 2020 and 2021. Questions? Member from Northside, then Georgetown Central.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think we were told earlier that the new mental health facility is coming online in 2021. Is that correct? How many beds?
Mr. Chair, it's 9 pods and 54 beds.
And Mr. Chairman, then it has to be something wrong with this 2021 figure. Because in 2020, well, in 2019, it cost $2,731,204 to manage an 8-bed facility. In 2020, it's going to go up to $3,481,204. But it's the same figure for 2021, and we're adding 54 beds to the mix.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the long-term residential facility doesn't really have a whole lot of bearing on the acute care services, because obviously those services, the demand is very different. But this output, again, is for operating loss, and we are seeing a lot more patients that are accessing the mental health services now. I think before, and there still is, but in a lessening degree, there was quite a stigma in regards to accessing mental health services, but we're seeing that tide shift now, and more patients are accessing, and the acute care services obviously is burdened by, until the residential service comes online, we have a number of residential patients that are still at the acute level. But this is an operating loss, so this is only based on the demand.
Just so I can understand, we're building a residential facility, but we're going to keep the acute care in Georgetown separate from the residential facility?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct. The acute care facility will remain at Georgetown, and the residential facility will be in East End and will not be under the management of the HSA.
So we are going to have a lot of duplication in specialists and services. And I'm almost certain that the plans that I was shown way back when included consultation rooms and all that sorts of stuff, which I assume was the acute care. As far as I remember, it was a whole building, it was 2 buildings, and one was for the long-term residential people in terms of their needs and clinical needs and inpatient facility, right? So there's going to be no acute care at the new mental health facility in East End. My God, Lord.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I'm not able to speak to the long-term residential facility.
So and you said that the HSA is not going to be involved at all in the running of the long-term care facility, the residential facility?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I think that discussion is still being had at the ministry level, but at this point in time, it has not been indicated to me that the HSA will be running that facility, but I think
So
the discussion is still with the ministry.
Just again, so I can understand clearly. We have developed a whole residential care facility. We have designed it purpose-built for what we're going to do there, and the decision hasn't been made yet whether we're going to do any acute care there or not, and who's going to manage it.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I'll defer that response to the chief officer, the deputy chief officer, or the minister. I'm not able to respond to that.
Mr. Chair, I'll allow the policy officer to answer this question.
Good afternoon. My name is Janet Flynn, Senior Policy Advisor for the Ministry of Health. When we designed the long-term, 54-bed long-term care facility, it was meant only for long-term for adults. Once there's an acute patient, that patient will be transferred back to the hospital at the 8-bed unit. There is going to be what is considered like a crisis room in the event that something happens out there, and we would need to take the patient into the hospital at Georgetown.
To you, Mr. Chairman. So I thought that, except the residential side of it, I thought that there was problems in terms of space at the HSA for proper treatment of acute mental health facilities stuff. You're saying that you have adequate space at the HSA for all of the acute side of mental health diagnosis and treatment currently, and there was no need to include any of those in the long term, in either adjacent to or within the complex for the long-term residential place?
Lizette Yearwood, CEO of the Health Services Authority. Mr. Chairman, through you, the acute care facility is being impacted largely by residential patients who have nowhere else to go right now that are staying at the acute care facility. So once that facility is completed and the long-term residents are able to be cared for in that facility, it will free up the acute facility to a certain extent. However, to say that we have sufficient beds is not correct. We do need to expand that facility. We do need to expand the facility in years to come in order to make sure that we are able to keep up with the growing demand. Because as I said, and I think we heard earlier that the demand for counseling is increasing, and the uptake is increasing. Once patients realize that are accepting that they have a need, they're actually coming to the facility for treatment, so the uptake definitely is increasing and will have to be addressed in years to come. But for right now, the acute care facility will be freed up to a certain extent once the residents, the long-term residents, are moved to the residential facility in the Eastern District.
How many long-term residents you currently have living at HSA in the 8 beds that are there?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I don't have that number, the current number, but we can have up to 2 patients from time to time that can be there long-term as a result of having nowhere else to go. Now, there are times when we have them transferred to another country for long-term residential facility, but that comes with its challenges. Obviously, the families aren't available in order to be supportive, and there's some resistance in that regard. But at this point in time, sometimes there's no other available option until we get the facility in East End that will be able to take those patients.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm speaking here from just recollections of seeing a drawing on a screen. But as I recall, there were 6 or 7 houses which was capable of housing as high as 4 to 6 people, depending on what the sex was, plus the 54 beds for long term in one of the facilities. And none of those beds, those 54 beds, are going to be used for acute treatment. We're going to keep all of that at the HSA.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I believe that that is the case.
Mr. Chairman.
Member from Cameron-Brack East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to know, for the benefit of the Honorable House, if someone could state exactly what the policy is for this new mental facility, because it just seemed like there's a little bit of difference as to what was anticipated, and I think we need to clear that up, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my name, Janet Flynn, Senior Policy Advisor, Ministry of Health, Environment, Culture and Housing. When we envisioned this long-term care, one of the things that was presented to the ministry was the fact that we had to send patients overseas for care. There are also some patients who live here who are unable to seek care overseas because of different reasons. That's right. So the vision was to bring back some of the patients home, or all, if they're so desired. Some of them have been there so long, they might not want to come back home. And I can only speak to the patients who are in Jamaica. I think we have currently 12 and 15 patients in Jamaica. And I'm told that we have an equal number here that would take space in that long-term care. So that was a plan, to bring these persons home, make them close to their families, make sure that we ensure a continuum of care for them, so that, provide some kind of occupational therapeutic services for them, which pretty much, my understanding is that currently where they are located now, that kind of programming does not exist. It's almost like a home away from home, but the kind of programming that you'd expect them to rehabilitate, be able to become independent living, that's currently not happening. So that was one of the main purposes of bringing the long-term care on board, or the long-term mental health facility.
Mr. Chair, I have one follow-up, please. He said I could go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if Ms. Janet, she said that she's the policy advisor, if she could inform this Honorable House as to who she advised on the policy and what is the policy?
The policy for the mental health facility. Through you, Mr. Chair, Currently, there's no part of the policy is to make sure that we bring people home. Who we advise in the ministry? Well, the minister is advised on the issue through the chief officer. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, can you restate, Minister?
I'm just trying, if I understood Ms. Janet correctly, she said that she was the policy advisor, and I'm trying to clear some of the cloudiness that seemed to be permeating this honorable chamber. Can she say who she advised on this policy? No matter where it was, obviously somebody had to be advised, because government is responsible for policy. And what is the policy? Has it been established based on her advice?
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, there is a policy that we have called a mental health policy for the Cayman Islands, mental health policy that was developed. There is a document that exists that has been endorsed by Cabinet. Part of it is to develop that long-term care facility. When we had a stakeholder meeting several years ago, that was part of the stakeholder meeting, that was part of the discussions that was led, and we're actually working towards achieving some of the outputs in the policy, or some of the goals and objectives of the policy, and that was one of them, creating a long-term residential mental health care facility for the Cayman Islands. I'm not sure whether I've answered your question, Minister. The Minister of Health and through the Chief Officer. The current minister, yes, but this mental health policy was developed in. Well, the process started before the current Minister of Health came in place. This process started, if I recall, when the first mental health stakeholders meeting was held. It was during, I believe it was under the former Mark Scotland, Minister Scotland. The mental health law, which was revised, came on in 2013, the revised mental health law and the revised mental health regulations. And out of that, we also established a mental health commission, which Dr. Lockhart is a chair of. And there are two deputy chairs, Mr. Klein Glidden and Justice Alex Henderson, and 6 other members.
Mr. Chairman, I did say I had one question. Perhaps I should have not said that, because now I'm even more confused. We've had 2 elections since the Honorable Mark Scotland. So did anybody in the ministry think it fit to either, if they didn't want to advise, but to update Honorable Osborne Bodden and certainly the current minister, Honorable Dwayne Seymour, so that they could advise the current cabinet or the past administration? Because it's not just the member from Northside or the minister who thought that acute services would be at Easton. Everybody was so excited that finally we were getting a one-stop shop. So I don't know about other members, but I'm certainly a little bit alarmed. That's why I'm seeking to try to find out who the policy advisor advised and where is this phantom policy.
You want to say anything?
Mr. Chair, it seems the members of this honorable house in questioning this HEA 12 has discovered that acute care won't be a part of the new mental health facility, which is called a long-term facility. So I will have to undertake to go to the board or the steering committee for them to revisit what activities would be at this mental health facility. So hopefully, well, it's December now, so hopefully I could get a meeting with the committee, and or especially with Dr. Lockhart, and make a statement on same.
Mr. Chair.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the Honourable Minister for that clarity. I just have a few questions, and unfortunately I find myself yet again a bit concerned, whereby something as important as mental health and its policy has not been updated to the Minister so he can update the Cabinet as to what the country wants through their representatives. It's starting to become a trend that I'm concerned about in respect to the Ministry of Health. And I feel terrible for the Minister because it seems like he's not being informed about a lot of things, and somebody has to say whether this is the normal process, somebody wasn't doing their job, what is going on in that ministry, why we're at this stage where a very important part of mental health was not included in this very important policy. 2 ministers not being advised and updated about it. From what it seems to be, and by all means I'm not going to call any names, but it seems to be one key SEAM individual who seems to be responsible for this, and I am really, really concerned. I am a member of the opposition, not a member of the government, but I can't seem to fathom how that happens on the government and the ministries. So again, I feel bad for the minister, but are we saying that the minister was not advised to how this mental health facility was going to happen for him to advise the cabinet? Is that what I understand has happened again? That's the question.
Mr. Chair, when I took over as minister in May 2017, the mental health facility and the plans were well on the way. My job was to try to get them to the point where we could get shovels in the ground, and that was more my concern. I've had updates about the mental health facility, but only as to trying to finalize the contract and the affordability of it, keeping the cost down, etc. That was my main focus until this point. Now that I've heard this, it was not my focus because I wasn't briefed on this particular area. As I've indicated to the House already, that I will undertake to speak with the chairman of the commission and to see what can be done to include, or whether it can't be done, I will make a statement either to this honorable House or to the country.
All in favor of HE8?
No, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Didn't have any other indication.
Sorry, I apologize. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Minister, and this is just more out of my curiosity. What is the process in getting some people in this facility involuntary? not those who volunteer to accept, but the involuntary ones, them, like, is there a process? Does it go through the police? Does it? Yeah, I know there's a mental health law, yeah.
I'll also speak to the chairman about that element also, member, if you will allow me, through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Member for Northside.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm fairly confident that when I was invited to the presentation, one of the questions that I asked was the acute care aspect of it. And I was told that I think it was, looking at the bill, it was a building on the right. Because some of the questions I asked were, if you go have acute patients in there short term, and the other building is your hurricane shelter, how are you going to get them there in inclement weather? And I think the consultant architect told me we use umbrellas, right? But my concern here is that this is it being said that this long-term residential facility is only designed to address one part of the mental health policy?
Mr. Chair, this is a good question from the member. I too in the House wants to know exactly what he just asked. And if they would allow me to, well, it's almost at the end of the day, but I would have tried to reach out to get someone here who could witness the true position on the real use of this mental health facility. Possibly the chairman, but if we can't do that, I will have to undertake to get this information and make a statement or publish it or provide it to the members. I think
that's okay with me, Mr. Chairman. But I want to get back to my original question. The original question was, and I've been told that this is not the funds to operate the facility in 2021 with. Where are the funds now being budgeted to operate the long-term facility in 2021? Because I'm fairly certain they're going to be online before May 2021. So you can have close to a year of operational expense.
Mr. Chair, as I understand it, this was under HES 1 that we debated yesterday, when we gave a breakdown of the increase.
Mr. Chairman, that's impossible. You got HES 1 has a $2 million increase, and $400,000 out of that was going to consultants for the construction process. What I'm asking about here is the operational budget for this facility. Because it got to be more than, if it's costing the HSA, or they're losing, I don't know what it's costing them, since they say this is only what they're losing, $2 million, or let me get back to the page.
Mr. Chair, there's $1 million in there for 2020 operation.
2020? That's what was told, and that's for the consultation?
No.
For the drawings and stuff? But the building is not being put in use till 2021.
In 2021 or 20? Why are we saying if the building not complete in 2021, why are we? If the building is not completed in 2021, why do we have 1 million in 2020? Would she? What would she know about operation? You know, always inflates everything. Mr. Chair. Seems like we have a mental confusion. I'm trying hard to get one of those pods.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to hold up the progress of the equator, but the minister now knows what the concerns are.
Yeah.
And I think that we better find out how much money we need to put in this budget, or you're going to have to come back to Finance Committee to fund the operation for it later on. And that's not fair to us who's voting on this budget, and the country's told we got $65 million surplus.
I agree with the member.
But so, because, Mr. Chairman, I can add to that, when I was given the presentation, I raised several genuine concerns about the design of that facility and the practicality of building it in Cayman and the cost of operating it, all of which was ignored.
Okay, but I think too, it's also clear that it isn't a part here of the HEA 12 that we have under consideration. So if members are content, then I'll take the vote on HEA 12. So all in favor of HEA 12, mental health services, $3,481,204 in 2020 and $3,481,204 in 2021. Standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. HEA 16, geriatric services, $615,364 in 2020 and 2021. Questions? All in favor of HEA 16 geriatric services for $615,364 in 2020 and $615,364 in 2021. Standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. HEA 17, medical care beyond insurance coverage, uninsured, $1,170,000 in 2020 and 2021. Questions? Member for Bodden Town West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, sir, to the Honorable Minister. How is this vote, how is this administered? What is the process for someone claim on these funds from the public?
Mr. Chairman, Lizette Yearwood, Chief Executive Officer of the Health Services Authority. Can you ask the member to just repeat the question and which outfit are we discussing? I'm sorry, I was distracted.
Sorry, we are on HEA 17, medical care beyond insurance coverage / uninsured.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, sir, we're just trying to figure out what is the process or procedures that a member of the public would go through to access this kind of vote? Is it something that the HSA manage? Is it something that's managed at the ministry level? Or I'm just trying to understand how these funds are approved if someone wanted to use it.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the member, if a person presents to the hospital in need of services and is uninsured, then that individual is then referred to the Patient Financial Services Unit and the Patient Experience Manager to determine the ability to pay at the time. The individual is then treated and placed on this output if they meet the criteria, and then if they need to be, they will be referred to the Needs Assessment Unit for a further assessment. So this output isn't large enough to have those individuals on for the long term, so it's really for the initial episode, and then they will be referred to the Needs Assessment Unit for a more comprehensive assessment to determine if they need assistance in the longer term.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the CEO. This vote is being purchased by the ministry. So I'm trying to figure out how the ministry then gets a report or gets an idea as to how this amount is approved. I'm trying to see where the governance comes into this now, how the ministry fits in.
Mr. Chairman, through you, so we bill the ministry on an episodic basis. So it's only if that service is used and those funds expended that we would then bill the ministry. So the full bill is then sent to the ministry for review, and then the payment would be made only if that service is needed.
But in essence, you would have provided the service already.
That's correct.
Before so what happens if the ministry doesn't approve it? What's the next step? The patient pays, or?
Mr. Chairman, then the onus is on us to make sure that the criteria is met before that service is actually administered. So we have to go through to make sure the patient meets the criteria before we place them on that output, and then the ministry will then reimburse us for that cost.
Thank you very much, Madam CEO. You said this go through patient financial services. Is it just one person looking at it, or there's a manager that approves it, or is it something that comes to yourself for approval? I mean, how does the approval works at the PFS level or the HSA level? Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, through you, it's predominantly one person, but obviously when that individual is in there, then somebody will cover for that manager to make sure that there's more consistency in the way that the output is being, the criteria is being applied for the output.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so I understood that correctly, this is the reason why the amount is small, because I know there's a lot of people who are uninsured, unfortunately, is usually for those that in between time before the coverage, making sure that they get the care that they need until we figure out how we're going to cover them.
Mr. Chairman, through you, yes, the member is correct. It's only for hopefully just that one visit, and then in that just immediately following on, we will have them referred to the needs assessment unit, and we assist them. Our patient financial manager and patient experience manager will assist them with the documentation, getting, the required supporting documents from the physician in order to make up, because it's quite, a big packet that they have of supporting documentation. The needs assessment unit will review it, and to be honest, the needs assessment unit works very, very well with our team. If we identify that the patient is an emergency, they're admitted, they need a surgery, they will prioritize them and expedite that approval process. So by the time the patient then presents to the hospital for the longer episode of care, they're by that time covered under the indigent program.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to ask another question based on how it's categorized as medical care beyond insurance coverage. So if a person has coverage, are you covering over on the back end as well? So for instance, somebody has very limited and then you go on further than that. Does this cover that area too?
Mr. Chairman, through you, yes, that's correct. So if the person has, say, for example, a SHIC plan and they need additional coverage, again, for a short term, then that would be covered under that output.
So it's fair to say that if a person is not covered in the Cayman Islands and is not in a financial position to be disqualified for services through NAU, our structure of care will cover them some way in shape or form unless the NAU has decided that they make enough money to cover themselves. Would that be correct?
Mr. Chairman, through you, can I ask the member to please repeat that question? Sorry.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, is it fair to say that the way we've structured coverage for our people, that even if a person doesn't have insurance, we have them covered in some capacity, either through this output or through the NAU, or they've been disqualified for approval from NAU because they have enough money to do so. So therefore, everybody should be actually covered either by themselves or through this process or until needs assessment unit approves them. Would that be fair?
Mr. Chairman, through you, ideally, yes. In other words, we have, first of all, there's the insurance law that says that everybody on the island should be covered. If they're living and working in the Cayman Islands, they should be covered. Unfortunately, I think the percentage now is about 10% of individuals who are not insured. So then we try, through a comprehensive range of programs with Cabinet, to cover them in these various other buckets. So if indeed they are a child, that's the HEA 17 that we're discussing now. If there is another program for the elderly, so we try to look at the areas of coverage to make sure that we do have programs that we can cover them for the short term, and then we refer them to NAU for the full assessment so that they can have longer coverage. So that was a long way to say yes, you are correct. The comprehensive outputs is to try to make sure we capture everybody so that we can take care care of that person for the short term while we work them up to see if they have a bigger insurance need that then meets the criteria of the indigent program.
Mr. Chair, just before we move on to the next one and vote, just in case there's other questions, I've been trying my hardest to find the category, the group of compromises, a purchase for HEA 18, because I have a few questions on them, but I can't find it in the budget statements. Maybe somebody could assist me with that, because I don't want the question to come and I'm not prepared to ask the questions properly. So we're talking about HSA 11, HSA 12. I can't find it on the budget statement.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I don't think we have called HEA 18 as yet. This is HEA 17.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I think
Sister.
I think what the member was getting at is trying to ensure that if a person showed up at the hospital, would they be turned away or would they be cared for? And it is the government's view that no one should be turned away.
I think, through you, Mr. Chair, I think that the message was sent quite clearly because it came back just exactly how I sent it. So I agree with the minister on that. But in respect to the line item HEA 17, I agree that we are on that. We haven't taken the vote on that. I was just saying maybe the chair could help indicate where HSA 11 and 12 are in the budget statement in order for me to ask the appropriate questions when that comes, which is next.
Member for Georgetown Central, the FS has just advised me it's in the purchase agreements, not the budget statements. So all in favor of HEA 17, medical care beyond insurance coverage, uninsured, $1,170,000 in 2020, $1,170,000 in 2021, standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye. Those against, no. Ayes have it. HEA 18, school health services, $1,720,445 in 2020 and 2021. Are there any questions? Member for Savannah.
Just a quick question, whether this comes on you or in conjunction with education, the school nurses at in this specific, at some of the primary schools, and I now speak specifically to Savannah, I think they have a school nurse there twice a week, half day, and depends if she's called out or have to go somewhere else. For the magnitude of that school with over 430 something students, I'm just hoping that we can provide better coverage than just two half days.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the member, I do concur with your concern because even though the program is surpassing all of the measures that are included in the output, we are consistently challenged to be able to provide the level of services because we have a growing school population, and I think there's 2 other schools that are coming online as well between this year and next year. But it is an area of focus for us, and we are looking to see how we can be as creative as possible in order to be able to cover. We are complemented, that service is complemented by the private schools. A number of them have their own school nurses, so we support the services that they provide to make sure that the children's needs are met, especially in the area of immunization. We are particularly focused on making sure that that area is met at all times.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, the CEO just said 2 other schools or 2 other services are coming online next year? 2 other schools?
Mr. Chairman, through you, yes, the information that I was given that there's a new private school that was opened this year and there's one to be opened in the new year.
Okay, thank you.
North side.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, how often does a nurse visit the Aidan O'Moyle Primary School?
Mr. Chairman, through you to the member, the nurse that is in Bodden Town visits both the Bodden Town Primary School, the East End and North Side Primary School. So that's done on a rotation basis.
And what is the purpose of these visits?
Mr. Chairman, through you, the purpose of the visit is to be able to provide any services that are necessary. They're there in case there is a curriculum need. They will go into the classroom and help the teacher. They're also there to provide day-to-day assistance if there's any sort of assistance as far as dressings or anything as far that arises. It's whatever arises. And then for immunization coverage as well.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, would it just be simpler to give the Aidan O'Moyle children access to the Northside Clinic? They're 100 feet apart.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I mean, that I know happens from time to time. Now, if the nurse isn't physically at the primary school and the need arises, the teacher or the counselor will walk them over to the clinic. That already is being a supplement.
And they are told they can't get any services because the nurse can't treat them, because they got to come Georgetown for the dressing, and there's no receptionist there to determine who's going to pay.
Mr. Chairman, through you, payment isn't a factor with those children because it's covered under this output. So automatically, if they're a school-aged child under that school health program, they would be covered under this output. So I'm not sure, maybe if there's a particular instance where there was a problem, maybe the member can discuss that with me offline so that I can investigate and find out what the concern was to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
I'm trying to help.
Okay, please.
What the member from Northside is saying is something that I support. You know, I don't think that people should have to drive to Georgetown for a dressing. So as the CEO has expressed, she can meet with the member privately to ensure that this doesn't happen again.
Mr. Chairman, it's not really me she need to meet with. She need to meet with the education department of the school, because you're telling me that you're trying to provide school nurses for somebody who fall down playing football and skin their knee, that they can only do that when the nurse from Bodden Town is scheduled to come twice a week. And we got a clinic, millions of dollars, and sitting down less than 100 feet away. And I'm not making this up, Mr. Chairman. My office is on the same compound. I see what's going on in the clinic. I know that they take a propensity and they think that the nurse comes and tells me things. Right? The nurse don't need to come and tell me things. I make it my business to see what's going on at the clinic and the school.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I do appreciate the members' involvement in the healthcare in the district. There's a lot of times that he gives us feedback, and the feedback is great because we want to be able to meet the needs of the population. And I will take this back and I will discuss it with the team. If there is a general concern in regards to the school nurse being supplemented by the district clinic, I will take that back and discuss it with the team. I in no way want the member to think that I find him intrusive, because I appreciate his involvement and his feedback from time to time in regards to the services delivered at the district.
Mr. Chairman, the CEO needs to find out what's going on in her team, because that team has run out the best district nurse that Northside has had for the last 25 years by specifically accusing her of reporting things to me. Then the reason, Mr. Chairman, how I found out that they were not doing dressings there, right? I was in my clinic, my office, and I went over and asked the nurse to dress my leg for me because I was going fishing. And the woman said, we can't dress, Mr. Miller, I'm sorry, I can't dress your leg. That's the rule, say we can't do dressings anymore. And the CEO is fully aware because I got on the phone and on text and email, but it has not been cleared up. To my knowledge, the rule has not changed. They're still not being allowed to do dressings. And these are qualified professionals. Any nurse that is a registered nurse should be able to look at a wound and determine if a doctor needs to see it. It shouldn't have to be referred to a doctor just for the doctor to say, I don't need to see it. It does not make it. Anyway.
Mr. Chairman, through you, we did discuss that case, and that has changed. I think there was a misunderstanding at the time with the instructions that were given at the time, but that has been changed and sorted out. So the nurse can dress the wound. However, if there is a concern, then the referral will be made to the doctor for any appropriate advice or treatment that is required.
Mr. Chairman.
I got a member from Georgetown Central. None? Okay. Member for Watertown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also want to thank my colleague from Georgetown Central. Just going back on my previous question with the other two private schools that are coming online for this service. I'm looking at the location of the school nursing service, and I know this was all public schools, so is it a situation that this spend also include children at private schools?
Mr. Chairman, through you, the immunization program, primarily we're concerned about at the private schools. So yes, we do supplement the nursing services at the private school with the public nurses to ensure that the immunization program is completed.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, can the CEO say, and I'm going to give the relevance to the question afterwards, is the HSA going to be increasing the 5% cost of living that the rest of the government is implementing?
Member, I think we're way beyond that vote, honestly.
Mr. Chair, if you want me to give the relevance, I can give you the relevance as to the question because it does relate to school health services.
Mm-hmm.
Would you prefer me to give you the relevance first and reason why I think I should know the answer? Because allow me, please, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. We've been told that in order to get the 5% increase, which you guys truly deserve, you have to find the savings yourself. You're going to find savings in the health care for these children? You're going to find savings in that? That's my question.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the outputs are fixed and are in the budget now to be approved. So if that decision is made, and we're in discussion with the board in regards to that, a final decision hasn't been made, but as I understand it, all of the SAGCs were encouraged to try to see whether they could fund that out of their budget, out of savings in the budget. Doesn't mean it has to be out of specific output per se, but overall, if we can accommodate it in our budget, and we are in discussion with the board, and certainly with the minister, because it has to follow the process that's required by the Public Authorities Law.
Thank you, Madam CEO. And through you, Mr. Chair, I would just like to say I know the minister and myself share the same view on this. We think the members that work at HSA are deserving of that COLA, so I hope that the board does agree to it. Thank you.
All in favor of HEA 18, School Health Services, $1,720,445 in 2020 and $1,720,445 in 2021. Standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We turn now to HEA 20, Public Health Programs, Investigations and Treatments, $1,508,909 in 2020 and 2021. Questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Watertown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Honourable Minister. I noticed in this vote that the number of persons living with AIDS, living on island, reduced from 106 in 2019 to roughly 70 to 80 in 2020 and 2021. So we're looking at a decrease of between 26 and 36 persons on island living with HIV/AIDS. So I was just curious as to what is the driver in that metric. And also, Mr. Chairman, through you, I noticed that this vote also decreased 527,000 or 26% over the current year forecast. So I was curious as to what is also driving the decrease. So the number of persons living with AIDS have gone down, and also 527,000 has also gone off the book. So I was just curious as to why. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the medications for HIV has become more affordable. We are working through the PAHO in order to be able to procure drugs, and they're more affordable and more effective. So much so that HIV is now a chronic illness and no longer a terminal illness. So we're seeing that there are less patients that are converted from HIV to AIDS with this illness.
So the 26 to 36 drop. I mean, if you're living with it, you're living with it, unless, of course, you're not living. So I'm just curious what's driving that decrease in the number of persons living with HIV/AIDS.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the current numbers that I was provided with before coming to this Honourable House was a cumulative total of 169 HIV infections. For male, it was 107, and female, 62. And the cumulative total for AIDS is 81, with 49 being male and 32 being female. So the cumulative number of AIDS-related deaths were 52. So those persons, there are 73 persons living with HIV on the island. Of those 73, we have 23 that have been diagnosed with AIDS, and 6 persons that basically have been lost to follow-up. They either left the island or haven't been able to be located, and 2 persons receiving care overseas but live on island.
So, sorry, Madam CEO, I'm a little bit lost now. So the number you're working with is 169 and not the 106 that's in the budget? Because I'm assuming that the 106 somehow influences 70 or 80 for 2020, 2021.
Mr. Chairman, through you, this is the current number that I was provided in regards to HIV and AIDS. So perhaps that's a typo on the document.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well,
Go ahead, member for Georgetown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, considering the fact that there's a typo, it draws the concern of if it's actually 169 and we're only budgeting for output of 70 to 80, that's half. I mean, does that affect this the projections in any way?
Mr. Chairman, through you, no, I'm quite confident that will cover the need because, like I said, the cost of the medication has considerably been reduced through the new method of procurement that we have.
Forgive me for maybe not being the finance genius in reading this booklet as it's supposed to. But what I'm looking at, it says quantities, number of persons living with HIV on island. Last year's numbers, which you have agreed is not right in this document, says 106 and it's supposed to say 196. And in the projections for 2020 and 2021, it says 70 to 80. Are we projecting that half of those persons are going to leave the island?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I missed a bit of
Okay,
your
that's
question.
okay. I can start over. And I'm not sure if you have the plan and estimates booklet with you, but under the plan and estimates booklet, it says quantities, and under quantities it says number of persons living with HIV and AIDS on island. In 2019, the numbers were 106 in this booklet, but you said that it's 196. Projections, 169, sorry. But the projections on here for next year and the following year, 2021, is 70 to 80. Now that's more than 50% drop. I'm asking, have we predicted that half of these people are going to leave the island?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I will undertake to clarify those numbers. However, I am confident that the amount that is allocated in the output is sufficient for the service.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam CEO. I just want to ask another question, and it might be a little bit sensitive. I remember some sensitivity around it the last time, but I can't recall whether there's been any changes. So we depend on international labor to come to Cayman quite often, and we know that there's certain tests that need to be done in order to work in the Cayman Islands. Can we clarify that what the position is if a person comes here to work for work and work permit and they're found to be tested positive for HIV or AIDS? What is our immigration regulation in respect to that policy?
Mr. Chairman, through you, this is governed by an immigration law and policy. And as I understand, with the proof of insurance that covers HIV, a person living with HIV and AIDS may be granted a work permit in the Cayman Islands.
Thank you very much.
Member for Northside, had questions?
Chairman, I'm good.
All in favor of HE 820, public health programs, investigations, and treatments?
Mr. Chair, sorry, there is one more question I do have. It just came to my mind. If a person does not have medical coverage, if they're found positive, are they still allowed to have a valid working permit in the Cayman Islands? If they don't have the coverage?
Once again, through you, Mr. Chairman, this is an immigration law, so I'm really not equipped to be able to respond on whether or not they'd be allowed to work in the Cayman Islands.
Fair enough, but you are in charge of the Health Services Authority, which would guide this particular section of the law, and I think they would reach to you for guidance in respect to that, wouldn't they?
Chairman, through you, we take care of the patients with HIV or AIDS regardless of where they come from. The immigration law determines whether they live or work in the Cayman Islands, so I'm not able to respond to that. But I do have information in regards to the question that you were asking earlier about the numbers. So the cumulative numbers that we looked at were the 169. So that's all persons that have been diagnosed since we've been recording the disease in the Cayman Islands. However, the numbers that you were referring to, the 70 or 80, these are patients that are currently receiving treatment. So the 70, let me see the numbers. No, these ones. So the The 70 to 80, those are the number of patients that we anticipate to be treated in 20 and 21. Whereas the other number, 106 that's in this document, those are the number of patients that received treatment for 2019. Whereas the number that I'm quoting is a cumulative number of HIV patients from the time we've been recording the diagnosis. So I just wanted to clarify
Fair
those
enough.
numbers before we voted on the.
Thank you. That does clarify some things. But it also allows for opportunity to ask another question because of that new information. So are we saying, is that the revelation of the fact that there's half of the persons here who are not being medicated, or they could be just possibly medicated somewhere else? Is that what we're saying? Not through HSA, I mean.
Mr. Chairman, through you, that's correct. Perhaps their insurance covers that benefit, so therefore that would not be covered under the output because they would be receiving medications and treatment under their private insurance.
Gotcha. Through you, Mr. Chair, another follow-up question. So this 70 to 80 is what, you confuse me now with the whole insurance part, because they're insured. You're saying that these are the people that you're tending to regardless of their insurance. How do you record the information based on those who are not covered or those who are covered? Because I'm confused now about the 70 to 80 and how you record the number.
Mr. Chairman, through you, it depends on when they present whether they have insurance or not, and then we would determine whether they'd be covered under this output or whether their insurance would be billed. So those are the numbers that we expect to be covering under the output.
That the HSA will pay for, meaning they're not covered by any other kind of insurance.
Mr. Chairman, through you, that's correct.
Thank you.
All in favor of HEA 20? Public health programs, investigations and treatments, $1,508,909 in 2020 and $1,508,909 in 2021. Standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye. Those against, no. Ayes have it. NGS 53, palliative care, nursing, $80,158 in 2020 and 2021. Questions?
Can I have an explanation of what is covered in palliative care?
Mr. Chair, in short, this is what used to be known as Cayman Hospice Care, the Jasmine.
So that's a donation to Jasmine for the services that they provide. Oh, okay.
Yes, a grant.
All in favor of NGS 53, palliative care nursing, $80,158 in 2020, $80,158 in 2021. Standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. NGS 55, tertiary care at local and overseas institutions, $19,752,481 in 2020, $17,635,840 in 2021. Questions?
Mr. Chairman.
I think I had a member for Georgetown first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll leave the figures to my colleague. I'm quite sure he's going to mention the fact that it's tremendously a lot lower. So I'll let him get into the numbers. But can the minister answer whether or not this decrease that we are seeing has anything to do with our new relationship with the Health City facility, whereby some of the services that we would normally send overseas are being dealt with at Health City.
Can the member say if he was reflecting on what was originally forecasted for 2019 of what is questioning 2020, 2021? These amounts won't be enough.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, if we're not thinking that they're going to be enough based on the fact that we're talking about 35 million in this year, and now we're coming to 19 for next year and 17 for the even following year as the population is expected to grow. If we know that it's not enough, why are we not budgeting for it? Because the government has said $65 million surplus, and based on the figures for 2019, that's a $15 million deficit, which would obviously affect your surplus budget, not being 65 million. If you budget it right, it would probably be a lot less. I mean, I'm not trying to make any accusations, but if we're accepting that it's not enough, why aren't we not budgeting for it?
The truth is, Mr. Chair, no one knows what the amount is going to be. And we are relying on some services being at Health City, Cayman Islands, and getting better prices and not having to fly persons overseas.
Thank you. This leads me to one more question then. How do we do our predictions if it's not based on past realities? Because my logic is that if you're going to make a budget based on behaviors and the like, you would use the last 2 years. And this year, our budget is saying to us that we spent 35 million. And then next year we're doing 19 million, which is a substantial amount. I can understand if it was off maybe 10 to 15%, but we're talking about almost 45 to 50% in some years. So can maybe you explain to me how we project or make our estimates?
The member is correct. You look at past use and try to determine the future spend, and you try to look at the patterns, and it all depends on the medical cases that is presented each year. You know, it's not a easy vote to be able to precisely get the number right. That is why it was my effort as I got in office to try to find a capitated model to take over this very vote, that we would be able to budget the exact number over the years as to what this would actually cost, because I wasn't comfortable as a minister getting these quarterly asks from Cineco, and no one knows what the amounts are going to be. So, of course, the government is always going to fund this vote. You know, it's medical and we need to take care of people. So we can sit here and speculate. But what we need to know is that whether it's 35 or 30, the government is going to cover it. I know it seems odd that we didn't budget what is normally known as the pattern, but this was the government's decision.
Buttontown West.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the minister, and I think just expanding on what my colleague from Georgetown Central said a short while ago. When we look at 2018, 2019, for the last 2 financial years, we spent $70 million on this vote. And then we're basically saying that we're going to be spending $37 million over the next 2 years, which is literally $2 million above the halfway mark. I agree with the minister that this number is definitely way off. But I must say that when we do read the statement of financial responsibility in terms of the care that the government must use to undertake in budgeting, I must say that I want to record for the record that I actually find this level of budgeting, not consistent with the statement of financial responsibility that was signed. It is ultimately a problem, and this is not a government problem. And as the minister says, it's very difficult to budget for this amount. This is a national problem. Now, I know this is something that the minister is keen about. He and I have had meetings with members of the private sector to see what we can look at in terms of doing a capitated model. And I preamble everything I just said to basically ask the minister, what is the latest, or what is what update do we have since that meeting that we had with those individuals to see what we can do to move this process forward. As I noted, I think several days back in the House, I think maybe I mean yesterday, when we look at this overall issue, over the next 10 years, the country is going to end up spending $500 million, around $500 million on healthcare for veterans, indigent seamen, and everything else, while during the same period of time, the health insurance companies are going to be making at least $150 million in profit, if not more. So we can't be in a situation where over a 10-year period, we're $500 million in the hole, and the insurance companies are $150 million in profit. So this is a bigger issue. And just to repeat my question for the minister, is that where are we in terms of the progress that we started out on that capitated model? I think it was a promising meeting, and I would really like to have an update, because this is something that we on the side would be very anxious to work with the government on in finding a solution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I want to thank the member, and he has a very good memory, and it was very helpful and that's why us as MLAs in the House, elected in the 19 constituencies, there's certain things we can't play politics with, and this is one of them, healthcare, and I thank the member for his cooperation and support. There has been some changes and ongoing changes in the ministry since about May or June or thereabout. Since then, there's been some distractions, and we haven't started the renegotiation or pick back up the negotiations on the white paper. We actually had a white paper, so there was a paper for us to work with. I've since contacted the persons who had approached us with this proposal. They're still interested in moving forward, and I plan to take this up again in the new year. As you see, it's a lot of other distractions with December 19th and the budget and everything else. I don't want to say that I'm going to pick that up this year again, and then we got the steering committee and plastics and everything else. So in the new year, I plan, as you know, this is one of my pet peeves as I got in there, because if we continue down the road that we're going in terms of cost of health insurance, it's going to broke us as a government.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Through you, Mr. Chairman, and I think I guess it's up to the minister to confirm. But one of the things that I think is important for us to make clear is that while we may be looking at a solution, and the capitated model may be one of a solution or part of a hybrid solution, one thing that is important for members in the private sector to also recognize is that first and foremost, the HSA is still the government's primary provider of care. And whatever the solution has got to be, it still has to be HSA centric, in that it has to be, the HSA has got to be the first line of defense in terms of dealing with this. So I would just like for the minister to confirm, and this is one of the things that I do have a challenge with between HEA2 and NGS 55. While HEA2 is internal and spaghetti around the plate, ultimately I would have still preferred to see NGSS 55 being reduced and HEA2 being increased, because at the end of the day, we need to ensure that at our primary healthcare provider, that the knowledge set, the skill set, the experience and everything remains with the HSA. When we keep sending procedures elsewhere, we're in essence benefiting other hospitals that are not within our arsenal of service providers. And I think ultimately, whatever the solution has got to be, we have got to make sure at the end of the day that we are looking at ways in which we can improve the efficiency and even the output at the HSA to maximize what it can do, because ultimately this is going to be a growing problem. And we have a situation where we do need to look at our growing population in terms of what it is that we have now. So I would like, at the end of the day, whatever solution we find, it is one where I see HEA2 going up and NGSS 55 coming down. And I would like to have the minister thoughts on that, or where he stands in that position. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just to confirm that the member, and I'm sure he appreciates that HEA2 is primary care, and the NGS 55 is tertiary care, which or non-HSA local, it's overseas. So the model that we looked at, and any model that I look at as Minister of Health, will always include some element of the HSA has to be a part of the solution. And how it was deemed at first is that the three major players on the island, or the three major hospitals, would have had some part to play, so that we could have spread it evenly.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the Honorable Minister. We just wanted to set for the record, because when we did meet with the other providers, we made it perfectly clear, and we just want it recorded in the House, that we still expected that the HSA was to be the primary caregiver and the primary driver behind it, and we just want that message to be clear to all and sundry. And thank the Minister for confirming that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor of NGS 55 tertiary care at local and overseas institutions, $19,752,481 in 2020 and $17,635,840 in 2021. Standing part of the schedule to the bill, please say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Turning now to EI 53. Ministry of Health, Environment, Culture and Housing, $33,768,867 in 2020 and $8,261,993 in 2021. Any questions? Member for Georgetown Central.
Sorry, but Mr. Chair, could we take a break? 10, 15-minute break. because we need to have a discussion.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break then. We'll be back at 4:45.